Mesoplay says, hi. Blackspot Alert. Join us, subscribe, like, and grow. Trivia question: how to cure a zombie villager? Trivia question. What's the main use of a stonecutter in the game? Welcome back, Samuel Worthen. Glad you could join us again. Blackspot Alert. Subscribe and like if you're enjoying. Trivia question. What is the main use of a cartography table? Wow. Trivia question. How to cure a zombie villager? Mooley Play says, "Holy moly, there is a witch near my house." Mooley Play says, "Gosh." Black Spot Alert, subscribe, like, and be awesome. Mooley Play says, "I have a spider that has a skeleton on the top with golden armor." Trivia question. What item is used to craft a piston in Minecraft? Mooly Plays says, I'm gonna ask for a while. Mooly Plays says, RIP. trivia question. What's the primary use of a loom in Minecraft? Wow. Welcome back, you on the second Catch You On. Glad you could join us again. Blackspot alert! Show your love, subscribe, and like. Trivia question. How many bookshelves for max enchantment? Trivia question. What item is used to make a potion of swiftness? Black Spot Alert. Show your love, subscribe, and like. Trivia question. What type of potion does a witch drop when defeated? Trivia question. What is the primary function of a smithing table? Black Spot Alert, subscribe, like, and be awesome. Lava Blocky says, country. Trivia question. What dimension is hazardous with lava? Welcome Lobby, like and subscribe. Trivia question. Does the smithing table upgrade gear? Welcome Roslina Yusuf. Like and subscribe. Blackspot alert. Your support counts. Subscribe and like. Welcome back Arash Maharjan. Glad you could join us again. Sven Y says, what the hell? Welcome Hazen Maya. like, and subscribe. Trivia question: how do you obtain a music disc in Minecraft? Sven Weiss says no. Welcome back, Poj. Glad you could join us again. Sven Weiss says, I can't see the boss bar. Sven Weiss says, I know. It's Alj says, get what? It's Alj says, oh. It's Alj says, in shop sometimes 10 minutes left to get villager on shop. It's Alj says, it was depends on chance. Chicken Little 20 says, hi. It's Alj says, WB. Trivia question. How do you obtain ender crystals in Minecraft? Chicken Little 20 says, Tissum. It's J says, you. Black Spot Alert. Support us, subscribe, and like. Trivia question: which biome has colorful clay? Welcome Lazalas, like and subscribe. Chicken Little 20 says, Hooba. Welcome back Snurklas, glad you could join us again. Welcome back AY, glad you could join us again. Chicken Little 20 says, help Random Rocket. Chicken Little 20 says, help Random Rocket, I am stuck in Clang. Welcome 45 Ahil Meredia, like and subscribe. Chicken Little 20 says, hello. Snurkla says, hello. trivia question. What type of potion does a witch drop when defeated? Chicken Little 20 says, new. Chicken Little 20 says, Black Spot Alert. Show your love, subscribe, and like. Trivia question: how to cure a zombie villager? Welcome back, Hoobs Live. Glad you could join us again. Snurkla says, "Mornin'." Svenwy says, "Hello." Blexbot alert. Blexbot is the greatest YouTube bot ever. Trivia question. What item is needed to create a potion of strength?
Wow.
Welcome back, Gamerfluent. Glad you could join us again. Black Spot Alert. Aim for greatness. Subscribe and like.
Wow.
Welcome back, A77 for 9. Glad you could join us again. trivia question. What do you need for a snow golem? Welcome back, A169. Glad you could join us again. Wow. Welcome back, J's and DJSJWBWJ. Glad you could join us again. Welcome back, JEJJDBDD Huge. Glad you could join us again. Welcome, Toothless Black. Like and subscribe. Welcome back, Test 2. Glad you could join us again. Welcome back, glad you could join us again. Welcome, Quackactyl. Like and subscribe. Welcome back. Glad you could join us again. Welcome back, Memixel. Glad you could join us again. Trivia question. What item locates strongholds? Sven Y says, what? Welcome back Volcano 6000 it. Glad you could join us again. Zero Gaming says, hi. It's LJ says, hi. Lau Paklua 12 says, WB. Lau Paklua 12 says, rank. It's LJ says, tie. Blackspot alert. Show your love, subscribe, and like. Zero Gaming says, Lau Paklua 12 says, link. Zero Gaming says, Trivia question. What mob drops gas tears? Laupaklua12 says. It's Aljay says, I'm bored. Laupaklua12 says, broken. Zero Gaming says, oh. Laupaklua12 says, Diamond PLSS.
Wow.
Welcome back SB999. Glad you could join us again.
Wow.
Trivia question. What block is needed to craft a bookshelf? Welcome ease to fast, like and subscribe. Zero Gaming says, It's Alj says, what? Zero Gaming says, nothing. Laupaklua 12 says, this cave creeped me.
Wow.
Laupaklua 12 says, I'm hearing footsteps sometimes. It's Alj says, Zero, can you give me bad_omen, and I can give you 3 meters. Zero Gaming says, It's Alj says, on shop. Zero Gaming says, okay? It's Alj says, it. Blackspot alert. Show your love, subscribe, and like. It's Alj says, A. Welcome back, Phone Top. Glad you could join us again. It's Alj says, tie. It's Alj says, D. Trivia question. What do you need for a snow golem? Laupaklua 12 says, your tree is big. Laupaklua 12 says that you planted. It's Alj says. It's Alj says, I mean that's normal. It's Alj says, wick. It's Alj says, like spruce. Laupaklua 12 says, give me money. Trivia question. How many eyes for the end portal? It's how Jay says, bro, I accidentally hit boat. It's how Jay says, here we go. Zero Gaming says, it's how Jay says, what's wrong? It's how Jay says, what's the matter? Zero Gaming says, nothing. Black Spot Alert. Join us, subscribe, and like. Trivia question. What do you need to create a target block? It's LJ says, WB. Snurkla says, tie. Sunny Burrito 999 says, WB. Lalpaklua 12 says, WB. Lalpaklua 12 says, noise. It's LJ says, I'll make a sugar cane farm. Zero Gaming says, oh. Trivia question. What type of food item does a cow drop when defeated? Black Spot Alert, subscribe, and like if you're enjoying. Trivia question. What's the enchantment table used for? Sunny Burrito 999 says, a whole collection. Welcome back, Nick. Glad you could join us again. Trivia question. What mob drops gas tears? Zero Gaming says, oh. Zero Gaming says, I just found it. Zero Gaming says, tie. Black Spot Alert, subscribe, like, and be awesome. Trivia question. What item is needed to create a powered rail? Laupaklua 12 says, aft. Laupaklua 12 says, back. Laupaklua 12 says, underscore. Trivia question. What's required to create a redstone torch? Laupaclua12 says, anyone got granite? It's Alj says, I do. Laupaclua12 says, I'm making my floor polished granite. It's Alj says, Urkor. It's Alj says, I forgot again. Laupaclua12 says. It's Alj says, lol. It's Alj says, do /tel.itzzaoj for cord. It's Alj says, private. Blackspot alert. Join us, subscribe, like, and grow. Trivia question. What's the rarest powerful ore? Lalpaklua 12 says, okay. Lalpaklua 12 says, chicken. It's Al J says, I don't have. It's Al J says, rip. It's Al J says, WB. It's Al J says, hi, D. Zero Gaming says, tie. Zero Gaming says, hello. It's Al J says, you. Welcome the D-Boy, like and subscribe. Trivia question. What is the primary function of a smithing table? Sunny Burrito 999 says, WB. Tossif to 1000 for 188 says, Ty Bro. Blackspot Alert. Support us, subscribe, and like. Welcome Augustin Mujani. Like and subscribe. Trivia question. Which biome has colorful clay? Laupaklua 12 says, ask for a min. Welcome back, my Punch Gamer. Glad you could join us again. Zero Gaming says, "OJ, what's the chords?" Trivia question. Which biome has colorful clay? Laopaklua 12 says, back. Laopaklua 12 says, I was cooking lol. It's AOJ says, app. It's AOJ says, omao asterisk. It's AOJ says, see ya. It's AOJ says, place. It's AOJ says, okay? It's AOJ says, I'm finished. Blackspot alert, subscribe, like, and be awesome. Laopaklua 12 says, but I'm not. Laopaklua 12 says, lol. It's AOJ says, rip. It's AOJ says, gimme block. Trivia question. What type of potion does a slime drop when defeated? Laupaklua12 says, I'm thinking what to use in top. It's Alj says, MMM. It's Alj says, ick. It's Alj says, bye-bye. It's Alj says, GDG. Zero Gaming says, okay? Trivia question. What is the main use of a cartography table? Laupaklua 12 says HMMM. Laupaklua 12 says, was someone invisible? Sunny Burrito 999 says, yes. Laupaklua 12 says, hitbox. Sunny Burrito 999 says, or know it. Laupaklua 12 says, nah. Laupaklua 12 says, I'm not alone. Blackspot alert. Support us, subscribe, and like. Laupaklua 12 says, probably PH. Laupaklua 12 says, was asking for Collards. Zero Gaming says, HMM. Laupaklua 12 says, cohorts. Trivia question. What type of potion does a witch drop when defeated? Laupaklua 12 says, nah. Trivia question. What type of potion does a slime drop when defeated? Lalpaklua 12 says, check DC blood. Welcome back Marquinus Games. Glad you could join us again. Black Spot Alert. Support us, subscribe, and like. Trivia question. What item is used to make a potion of swiftness? Zero Gaming says, oh. Zero Gaming says, Zero Gaming says, Newbie TW. Zero Gaming says, okay? Welcome back, Fury Stormcloud. Glad you could join us again. Zero Gaming says, tie. Zero Gaming says, ooh. Zero Gaming says, okay? Zero Gaming says, I'm pretending to be poor, so no people will ask me for loot. Fiery Storm Cloud says, lol. Trivia question. Which tool is used to gather wool from sheep? Zero Gaming says, visiting. Laupaklua 12 says, nah. Zero Gaming says, yes. Laupaklua 12 says, you came for something else. Zero Gaming says, no. Laupaklua 12 says, nah. Zero Gaming says, no. Laupaklua 12 says, BTW, can you see my skin? Zero Gaming says. Zero Gaming says, no. Laupaklua 12 says, underscore. Zero Gaming says, yes asterisk. Laupaklua 12 says, then how it look? Zero Gaming says, rabbit. Laupaklua 12 says, Zero Gaming says, Laupaklua 12 says, color. Zero Gaming says, brown. Zero Gaming says, black. Zero Gaming says, white. Zero Gaming says, ick. Laupaklua 12 says, can you see from game? Blackspot alert, aim for greatness, subscribe, and like. Zero Gaming says, yee. Muddy Fox says, can someone give him a golden shovel? Laupaklua 12 says, do, shovel on it. Fiery Stormcloud says, that went to the wrong person oof. Zero Gaming says, oh. Muddy Fox says, okay. Zero Gaming says, okay. Zero Gaming says, tie smiley face. Zero Gaming says, oh I forgot. Welcome back Finley, glad you could join us again. Laupaklua 12 says, OJ. Laupaklua 12 says, bro was. Laupaklua 12 says, invisible. Trivia question. What type of potion does a slime drop when defeated? Laupaklua 12 says, I saw her particles probably. Zero Gaming says, Laupaklua 12 says, and saying visiting. Laupaklua 12 says, bra. Zero Gaming says, who? Zero Gaming says, Laupaklua 12 says, you? Laupaklua 12 says, underscore. Laupaklua 12 says, I saw you. Zero Gaming says, ye I just visit why. Laupaklua 12 says, who visit with invisible. Zero Gaming says. Laupaklua 12 says, I was kinda freaked out. Laupaklua 12 says, lol. Laupaklua 12 says, we were not k tilde approximately. Laupaklua 12 says, lol. Zero Gaming says. Laupaklua 12 says. Zero Gaming says. Laupaklua 12 says, I'm very innocent. Laupaklua 12 says, very asterisk. Zero Gaming says, ooh, okay. Zero Gaming says, oh. Laupaklua 12 says, so don't visit like that lol. Trivia question. What dimension is hazardous with lava? Zero Gaming says, mesoplace. Zero Gaming says, right. Laupaklua 12 says, yep. Zero Gaming says, you chat me in Discord, right? Zero Gaming says, oh. Laupaklua 12 says, yes. Laupaklua 12 says. Zero Gaming says, okay. Laupaklua 12 says, I only DM people who are. Wow. Laupaklua 12 says, secret. Laupaklua 12 says, lol. Zero Gaming says, oh okay. Laupaklua 12 says, you forgot to bring me sugar cane. Laupaklua 12 says. Zero Gaming says. Zero Gaming says, too far. King Sebi 9 says. Welcome back, Kingsby9. Glad you could join us again. Blackspot alert. Join us, subscribe, like, and grow. Laupaklua 12 says, checking the screenshot I sent. Zero Gaming says, okay. Trivia question. Which mob drops ender pearls when defeated? King Sebi9 says, look. Zero Gaming says, oh okay. Lalpaklua12 says, *HMM. Zero Gaming says, K. Zero Gaming says,
Wow.
Zero Gaming says, K. Zero Gaming says, K. Zero Gaming says, okay? Lalpaklua12 says, let me check YT lol. Trivia question. How do you obtain ender crystals in Minecraft? Zero Gaming says, tie, D. Lalpaklua12 says, come I creating. Zero Gaming says, wait what? Zero Gaming says, nah. Zero Gaming says, which? Black Spot Alert, subscribe, like, and be awesome. Trivia question. How do you obtain saddles in Minecraft? King Sebi9 says, bruh. Muddy Fox says, oh. Trivia question. In which dimension is the Ender Dragon found? King Sebi9 says, Ema play on Apple's My SMP. King Sebi9 says, CIA. The Nicola 2018 says, no promo. King Sebi9 says, emote. King Sebi9 says, not. The Nicola 2018 says, you do your SMP. King Sebi9 says, I just said I will go play on IT. King Sebi9 says, Sry my caps is on. The Nicola 2018 says, okay, but Noon cares about the name. Muddy Fox says, no one asked bro. The Nicola 2018 says, fur. King Sebi9 says, bye bye. The Nicola 2018 says, ye scamp SMP The Nicola 2018 says, oh ye. The Nicola 2018 says, I meant Hoobs SMP. Blackspot alert, subscribe, like, and be awesome. The Nicola 2018 says, do what? The Nicola 2018 says, The Nicola 2018 says, hello. Trivia question. What item is used to make a potion of swiftness? Doodle Josh says, hi. Fiery Storm Cloud says, hello. Doodle Josh says, I played before Mojang changed its accounts, and am happy to play on this server again. The Nicola 2018 says, cool. Fiery Storm Cloud says, I started playing here a couple years ago, but am only really playing properly now. Lol. Doodle Josh says, can someone give me a good start, like some tools or something? Fiery Storm Cloud says, I would, but I'm in the middle of something right now, sorry. Doodle Josh says, it's okay. Trivia question. How do you make a nether portal? Doodle Josh says, by making one. Doodle Josh says, am I allowed to chop down these trees, guys? Doodle Josh says, it'd cause him new. Muddy Fox says, link. Fiery Storm Cloud says, anything that's not claimed is pretty much free game. Muddy Fox says, oh. Doodle Josh says, cool. Fiery Storm Cloud says, well, I'm high up. Doodle Josh says, can someone gift me? Black Spot Alert, subscribe, and like if you're enjoying. Fiery Storm Cloud says, wait for it. Doodle Josh says, I'm running low on food. Doodle Josh says, oof. Fiery Storm Cloud says, long. Doodle Josh says, guys. Trivia question. What item is used to craft maps? Doodle Josh says, I need to go mining, don't I? Fiery Storm Cloud says, yup. Doodle Josh says, can you tell me your coords, Pulse? Doodle Josh says, anyone? Fiery Storm Cloud says, 7533333. Doodle Josh says, coolks. Fiery Storm Cloud says, but I'm up at Y, 195 law. Doodle Josh says, it's okay, I will just wait under you law. Doodle Josh says, that sounds so wrong. Doodle Josh says, can you say your coords again? Fiery Storm Cloud says, 1 sec. Doodle Josh says, it's lost in chat. Trivia question. What does a hopper do primarily? Fiery Storm Cloud says, sorry, had to climb my ladder. Doodle Josh says, it's okay. Fiery Storm Cloud says, 7533333. Doodle Josh says, cool. Muddy Fox says, does anyone know of any XP grinders? Muddy Fox says, I need XP. Doodle Josh says, I do. Muddy Fox says, work. Doodle Josh says, oh, I thought you meant how to make one. Muddy Fox says, nah. Muddy Fox says, I need to find a public one. Doodle Josh says, then I don't know OS. Fiery Storm Cloud says, God, this rain is a pain. Doodle Josh says, in it. Black Spot Alert, subscribe, and like for more. Doodle Josh says, yes, I British, so what? Fiery Storm Cloud says, lol, I'm Australian, so. Doodle Josh says, yeah, it's just you get hate as a brute. Doodle Josh says, Brit asterisk. Muddy Fox says, to 5660. Fiery Storm Cloud says, DW, I get similar hate. Doodle Josh says, ugh, my frames are so low. Doodle Josh says, going to like to run. Fiery Storm Cloud says, oof. Fiery Storm Cloud says, oh God. Fiery Storm Cloud says, I'm on 150. Doodle Josh says, what? Trivia question. What type of potion does a slime drop when defeated? Doodle Josh says, Y level. Fiery Storm Cloud says, frames. Doodle Josh says, Barrow. Doodle Josh says, bro. Doodle Josh says, guys, I really need food. Doodle Josh says, I'm on 3 hunger bars and 5.5 hearts. Doodle Josh says, Doodle Josh says, Fiery Storm Cloud says, WB. It's Happy 14 says, tidy. Doodle Josh says, yes, nitrogen monoxide, more rain. Fiery Storm Cloud says, yay. Doodle Josh says, just gonna cook this food then keep walking to you. Fiery Storm Cloud says, okay. Doodle Josh says, I'm at 690,753 run. Fiery Storm Cloud says, still got quite far to go, oh dear. Doodle Josh says, so I got a bit to go long. Doodle Josh says, it's all right long. Doodle Josh says, I'll make it. Muddy Fox says, bruh, you need permission to use anvils. Fiery Storm Cloud says, yup. Trivia question. How do you tame a wolf? Doodle Josh says, oof. Doodle Josh says, Imetzi 1000. It's Happy 14 says, I got this feeling that you know. Fiery Storm Cloud says, I. It's Happy 14 says, and I forgot. Doodle Josh says, what? Fiery Storm Cloud says, HM. Doodle Josh says, look at the live. Doodle Josh says, this is just lave all over this lave. Fiery Storm Cloud says, oh lol. Doodle Josh says, lol I can't spell. Blackspot alert, subscribe, like, and be awesome. It's Happy 14 says, lave. It's Happy 14 says, fizzle lave. Fiery Storm Cloud says, lava. It's Happy 14 says, oh. Doodle Josh says, guys I found an XP farm. It's Happy 14 says, lemma eat that up. It's Happy 14 says, nom nom nin monin. Fiery Storm Cloud says, oh wait, I lost my levels because I died. Fiery Storm Cloud says, oops. Doodle Josh says, lol the text-to-speech is so weird. Fiery Storm Cloud says, it really is. Fiery Storm Cloud says, I have my sound off. Fiery Storm Cloud says, but the stream is lagging a ton for me tonight, so I'm not really watching it. Doodle Josh says, what do you mean tonight? Fiery Storm Cloud says, it's 9:25 p.m. Doodle Josh says, what time zone you in? Trivia question, how many bookshelves from Max Enchantment? Fiery Storm Cloud says, GMT +8. Fiery Storm Cloud says, AWST. Doodle Josh says, for me, it is 1:24 p.m. Fiery Storm Cloud says, oofed. Doodle Josh says, im at Z 1000. Fiery Storm Cloud says, I getting there. Doodle Josh says, to 100. Doodle Josh says, at 1000 to 122, just 1111 do go. Welcome back, Arthur M. Glad you could join us again. It's Happy 14 says, what? It's Happy 14 says, what? Fiery Storm Cloud says, lol. It's Happy 14 says, TVT im only 14. It's Happy 14 says, Josh just left. Fiery Storm Cloud says, oof. Fiery Storm Cloud says, it's Happy 14 says, I rather marry Shrek 3. Trivia question. What does a hopper do primarily? Fiery Storm Cloud says, WB. Kyle Play says, tie, D. It's Happy 14 says, WB Kale. It's Happy 14 says, Kyle. It's Happy 14 says, also im emo now, D. Kyle Play says, tie emo ready 3. Kyle Play says, oh mau. Black Spot Alert, show your love, subscribe, and like. It's Happy 14 says, hee hee time to kill a cat with my emo-ness. It's Happy 14 says, D. Kyle Play says, :000. Kyle Play says, Nuu. Fiery Storm Cloud says, C. It's Happy 14 says, I'm asking why too, Sven. Sven Y says, what? It's Happy 14 says, WTH that sentence makes no sense. It's Happy 14 says, nothing. It's Happy 14 says, nothing. Fiery Storm Cloud says, Sven the reindeer. It's Happy 14 says, real. Trivia question. What block is used to brew underwater potions? It's Happy 14 says, shush. Fiery Storm Cloud says, rip. It's Happy 14 says, I almost fell in my campfire. It's Happy 14 says, for the 10,000th time. Fiery Storm Cloud says, lol. It's Happy 14 says, I don't want to turn into a roasted rat. Kyle Play says, yum beaked rat. It's Happy 14 says, nitrogen monoxide. Fiery Storm Cloud says, you to have the same mind. It's Happy 14 says, icker. It's Happy 14 says, we're friends. It's Happy 14 says, greater than. Fiery Storm Cloud says, it's hilarious. It's Happy 14 says, yeah, and he is an apple. It's Happy 14 says, apple. Fiery Storm Cloud says, apple. It's Happy 14 says, a ball. It's Happy 14 says, help, my brother was sitting beside me and just played a fart sound effect and I jumped IRL. It's Happy 14 says, my laptop almost fell off the bed. Fiery Storm Cloud says, PFFFT. It's Happy 14 says, I have way too much chaos energy. It's Happy 14 says, energy. It's Happy 14 says, oh, and I realized I chat way too much. Trivia question. What do you need to create a potion of regeneration? Fiery Storm Cloud says, don't seem to be talking much more than I did when I was 14 lol. It's Happy 14 says, oofo. It's Happy 14 says, oof. It's Happy 14 says, it's Muddy Fox is not Muddy Fox. It's Happy 14 says, the user has a grammar error, W. Fiery Storm Cloud says, lol. Fiery Storm Cloud says, were you waiting for them to leave to say that? It's Happy 14 says, ye? Fiery Storm Cloud says, I've gotten myself stuck in this bloody thing. Welcome back, Kyle. Glad you could join us again. It's Happy 14 says, what exactly is a bloody thing? It's Happy 14 says, O_O. Fiery Storm Cloud says, this mob farm I'm building. Fiery Storm Cloud says, I fell down. Blackspot alert, subscribe, like, and be awesome. It's Happy 14 says, oh. It's Happy 14 says, that sounds like French bread. It's Happy 14 says, aka pain. Fiery Storm Cloud says, French bread. Fiery Storm Cloud says, I've never heard that before. Fiery Storm Cloud says, that's amazing. It's Happy 14 says, Icker. Trivia question. What block is used to brew underwater potions? It's Happy 14 says, I have no idea why am I listening music from it. It's Happy 14 says, even though I have Spotify Premium. It's Happy 14 says, WB. Fiery Storm Cloud says, I'm listening to silence. Fiery Storm Cloud says, WB. It's Happy 14 says, in listening to Oditari. It's Happy 14 says, P. Dida Brandon says, who said hi to my friend? It's Happy 14 says, who, S or friend? It's Happy 14 says, Kyle. Asta 22,656,779 says, you. It's Happy 14 says, WB. Dida Brandon says, Asta. Asta 22,656,779 says, WSPP Brandon. It's Happy 14 says, Brandon. It's Happy 14 says, wow. Kyle Play says, Brandon. It's Happy 14 says, call him Brandy. It's Happy 14 says, a girl's name. Fiery Storm Cloud says, Asta 22,656,779 says, Ingle, it's been 1 year since we played together. Dida Brandon says, yeah? It's Happy 14 says, hi? It's Happy 14 says, what? It's Happy 14 says, of what? Fiery Storm Cloud says, does water not flow into a claim? Asta 22,656,779 says, how do I TP? It's Happy 14 says, chew. It's Happy 14 says, show me. It's Happy 14 says, DM. It's Happy 14 says, DMMDMDMDMDD. Kyle Play says, LAIR. Dida Brandon says, can't. It's Happy 14 says, you misspelled rare. It's Happy 14 says, lair. It's Happy 14 says, Limo. Dida Brandon says, you have to talk to Elytra. Asta 22,656,779 says, off. It's Happy 14 says, WTH happened to my type in. It's Happy 14 says, woof woof. Dida Brandon says, walk asterisk. Kyle Play says, Limo. Asta 22,656,779 says, what's our chords? It's Happy 14 says, who wants to be my UW roar boy bestie? It's Happy 14 says, UW. Asta 22,656,779 says, like bass chords. It's Happy 14 says, remind me to never say that ever again. Dida Brandon says, go to my old base at -700 -500. Asta 22,656,779 says, all. Dida Brandon says, Happy, can you talk less PLZ? Kyle Play says, it should be 14 never said, who wants to be my UW roar boy bestie again 3. Asta 22,656,779 says, IBTW, can I join her team? It's Happy 14 says, Okitism. Dida Brandon says, Uke. Dida Brandon says, be careful. It's Happy 14 says, sure, D. Kyle Play says, sure. Dida Brandon says, people can spawn sheep on you. It's Happy 14 says, beach. Dida Brandon says, and do bad things to you. It's Happy 14 says, ashore, greater than beach. Asta 22,656,779 says, and what do they do? Trivia question. How do you obtain saddles in Minecraft? It's Happy 14 says, nitrogen monoxide. It's Happy 14 says, flip you. It's Happy 14 says, grr. It's Happy 14 says, asterisk bites you asterisk. Dida Brandon says, happy. Asta 22,656,779 says, that sounds a lil umm. Dida Brandon says, warned you. Asta 22,656,779 says, they spawned it. Dida Brandon says, go to the nether. It's Happy 14 says, enjoy rabies. Asta 22,656,779 says, for what? Kyle Play says, Mau. Dida Brandon says, to get to my portal. It's Happy 14 says, call your necks. Kyle Play says, Nuwu. Asta 22,656,779 says, I don't even know where I am at bruh. Dida Brandon says, not me happy. It's Happy 14 says. Dida Brandon says, go to OO. It's Happy 14 says, you wanna get bit by me Ditto? It's Happy 14 says, come here bud, I am coming for you. Dida Brandon says, no. Asta 22,656,779 says, wait I'll be there soon. It's Happy 14 says, oh Brandy come hurry. Dida Brandon says, we got to go now Asta. Asta 22,656,779 says, to where? It's Happy 14 says, It's Happy 14 says, nitrogen monoxide. It's Happy 14 says, EW. It's Happy 14 says, what? Blexbot alert. Your support counts. Subscribe and like. It's Happy 14 says, I rather kiss a sheep. It's Happy 14 says, nitrogen monoxide. It's Happy 14 says, stop. It's Happy 14 says, file. Why? Dida Brandon says, what are your chords Asta? It's Happy 14 says, Faye. Fiery Storm Cloud says, lol. It's Happy 14 says, stormy. It's Happy 14 says, stop. It's Happy 14 says, grr. Asta 22,656,779 says, at Dida Brandon in Madward. It's Happy 14 says, asterisk turns into Superman and bites you asterisk RAWR. Fiery Storm Cloud says, you got my nickname right, but spelt it wrong. Skull. Dida Brandon says, why? It's Happy 14 says, stormy. Fiery Storm Cloud says, there ya go law. Asta 22,656,779 says, like the distance law. It's Happy 14 says, GRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRR says, asterisk steamer 2007 spawns out of nowhere asterisk. It's Happy 14 says, new. Asta 22,656,779 says, all. It's happy 14 says, Mio. Asta 22,656,779 says, minus 560.62. Kyle Play says, shush. Trivia question. What's the max build height? Asta 22,656,779 says, minus 560.6230. Fiery Storm Cloud says, damn it. Kyle Play says, I had my sound off, and I didn't realize a skell was shooting at me too. Dida Brandon says, I don't see you. Asta 22,656,779 says, what? Asta 22,656,779 says, am here. It's happy 14 says, I, it's you. Asta 22,656,779 says, minus 560.6230. It's happy 14 says, what? Asta 22,656,779 says, you. Dida Brandon says, happy. It's happy 14 says, yeah ditto. Asta 22,656,779 says, you. Dida Brandon says, it's say smash or pass happy. It's happy 14 says, oh. Dida Brandon says, let's go. It's happy 14 says, no. It's happy 14 says, you. It's happy 14 says, so Asta 22,656,779 says, how. Dida Brandon says, fly. Asta 22,656,779 says, I don't have a litra. Dida Brandon says, I gave you a litra. Asta 22,656,779 says, ha. It's happy 14 says, cockroach. It's happy 14 says, D. Dida Brandon says, go down. It's happy 14 says, yay. It's happy 14 says, happy roach. Asta 22,656,779 says, AU. It's happy 14 says, hapch. Dida Brandon says, let's get you mending and unbreaking. It's happy 14 says, WHCT. Asta 22,656,779 says, you build all this. Dida Brandon says, yeah, it's my old base. It's happy 14 says, what? It's happy 14 says, EW. It's happy 14 says, new. Asta 22,656,779 says, asterisk old asterisk. It's happy 14 says, Ulver Snurk got it. It's happy 14 says, TVT this was awkward now knowing a mod was staring at us. Dida Brandon says, I have a better base. Dida Brandon says, I didn't. It's Happy 14 says, Dim Ditto started it. Asta 22,656,779 says, FR. Dida Brandon says, Ya? Trivia question. What is the primary function of a smithing table? Asta 22,656,779 says, Damn. Asta 22,656,779 says, Are you got a clan or SMT? It's Happy 14 says, Alright. It's Happy 14 says, Why? Dida Brandon says, I was in a team, but I might be back in it soon. Asta 22,656,779 says, Oh. It's Happy 14 says, Hopefully you do. Brandon, D. Dida Brandon says, I am also teamed with someone else. Dida Brandon says, It's Happy 14 says, I hope Trill joins in. It's Happy 14 says, is like, dead. Asta 22,656,779 says, We can team or SMT Wick. It's Happy 14 says, Blood stopped playing MC and plays with second graders. Asta 22,656,779 says, Ima go get some resources. It's Happy 14 says, Autayao OJ, D. Dida Brandon says, What? Asta 22,656,779 says, Like armor and stuff. It's Happy 14 says, You're cool too, D. It's Happy 14 says, DWDW, we're on the same level. Dida Brandon says, We get that at my new base. Asta 22,656,779 says, Oh Waller. Asta 22,656,779 says, What you doing with all these melon? It's Happy 14 says, Aft my BF is calling me. Dida Brandon says, EMS. It's Happy 14 says, On the phone BTW not Earl. Asta 22,656,779 says, Afkirk. Blackspot alert, join us, subscribe, and like. Dida Brandon says, Also the name of my cat in game. Dida Brandon says, Asta not safe to ask. It's Happy 14 says, 10-0. It's Happy 14 says, what? Trivia question. What does an observer block detect? It's Happy 14 says, I'm talking with Jax are in the now. It's Happy 14 says, did Ditto just die of cringe after I mentioned that? It's Happy 14 says, oh. Ditto Brandon says, yes Happy. It's Happy 14 says, WDYMAOJ. It's Happy 14 says, Ikaiki. What? It's Happy 14 says, he what? It's Happy 14 says, DM. It's Happy 14 says, DMM now. Kyle Play says, Omawa. It's Happy 14 says, Kyle what? It's Happy 14 says, Clyde. It's Happy 14 says, speak to me. Kyle Play says, nothing. It's Happy 14 says, please. It's Happy 14 says, I'll give you cookie. It's Happy 14 says, nothing Arash, nothing. Kyle Play says, I'm not sure if I'm right though. It's Happy 14 says, please Kylie, for me, see. Ditto Brandon says, I want cookie. It's Happy 14 says, but I spat on it. It's Happy 14 says, you still want it. Ditto Brandon says, IDC I want it. Kyle Play says, you. It's Happy 14 says, Okai here's a cookie covered in my spit, greater than. Kyle Play says, bite it first and give it rabies. It's Happy 14 says, that sounds cursed, I'm sorry. Ditto Brandon says, I love cookies. It's Happy 14 says, he. It's Happy 14 says, okay. Trivia question. What's the main use of a stonecutter in the game? Asta 22,656,779 says, all or Brandon. Asta 22,656,779 says, am back. Dida Brandon says, Asta not safe to ask. Dida Brandon says, also hand me your elytra. Asta 22,656,779 says, oh wait really? Dida Brandon says, yeah? Dida Brandon says, people will kill you. Asta 22,656,779 says, it's gonna break 0.0. Dida Brandon says, I'll do it later. Dida Brandon says, come with me. Asta 22,656,779 says, aller. Dida Brandon says, I should get food. Asta 22,656,779 says, I got some bread. It's Happy 14 says, I realized my avatar isn't wearing pants. It's Happy 14 says, yeah? It's Happy 14 says, ONVM, it is wearing. It's Happy 14 says, it's just so short. Blackspot alert, show your love, subscribe, and like. Asta 22,656,779 says, Dida Brandon says, trolls. It's Happy 14 says, Hoobs fake law. Asta 22,656,779 says, the sheep are annoying. Dida Brandon says, yeah? Asta 22,656,779 says, we should go. It's Happy 14 says, oh. It's Happy 14 says, oh. Trivia question. What's the main use of a blast furnace in Minecraft? It's Happy 14 says, furfur. It's Happy 14 says, wow. It's Happy 14 says, I'm way too young though. It's Happy 14 says, and my parents ain't gonna allow me. It's Happy 14 says, yeah? It's Happy 14 says, I have like 813 Robux. It's Happy 14 says, 70 pending. Welcome back Luca 11. Glad you could join us again. Dida Brandon says, where are you? Asta 22,656,779 says, Brandon, where you at? Dida Brandon says, 304. Asta 22,656,779 says, Aller. Dida Brandon says, Hoobs, I am getting FPS drops. It's Happy 14 says, I'd med you LOJ. It's Happy 14 says, Ikik as proof. It's Happy 14 says, Autai, D. Fiery Storm Cloud says, lol. Lucank 11 says, FRFR. It's Happy 14 says, you bought a PC but not a new router. It's Happy 14 says, TVT. Lucank 11 says, the server's network is good. Dida Brandon says, it's not my whiff. Lucank 11 says, skill issue. It's Happy 14 says, you called me Wi-Fi earlier now. It's Happy 14 says, I'm not good. It's Happy 14 says, yay? Dida Brandon says, you are a good girl. It's Happy 14 says, Ayo. It's Happy 14 says, Jim. Asta 22,656,779 says, what? Fiery Storm Cloud says, the stream is lagging a lot for me today. Mizo. Trivia question. What's the primary use of a loom in Minecraft? Dida Brandon says, don't question me. It's Happy 14 says, O_O. It's Happy 14 says, I'll question you buddy. Asta 22,656,779 says, same here, don't ask why I like children. It's Happy 14 says, you are a child though I think. Asta 22,656,779 says, I ain't. Asta 22,656,779 says, and not an adult either. It's Happy 14 says, what in the jackety flappity flap jackety in the tarnation? Dida Brandon says, sorry. Asta 22,656,779 says, wait. Dida Brandon says, drop the boat. Asta 22,656,779 says, why is everything red? Dida Brandon says, come with me. Asta 22,656,779 says, wait I can't. It's Happy 14 says, Arash. It's Happy 14 says, what? Dida Brandon says, relog. Fiery Storm Cloud says, is the spam really necessary? Asta 22,656,779 says, I'm gonna rejoin Brandon. It's Happy 14 says, Brandon, since Trill is back, you'll stop calling me wifey, right? Dida Brandon says, well she is not for long. Blackspot alert, subscribe, like, and be awesome. It's Happy 14 says, wait. It's Happy 14 says, so. Dida Brandon says, no. It's Happy 14 says, dim no. Asta 22,656,779 says, all are fix. Asta 22,656,779 says, bruh, it's red again. Dita Brandon says, Netherrack PLZ. It's Happy 14 says, I have 10. Trivia question. What item is used to craft a redstone lamp? Dita Brandon says, 1 sec. Asta 22,656,779 says, K. Dita Brandon says, stay there. Dita Brandon says, place a block. Dita Brandon says, good. Dita Brandon says, it worked. Asta 22,656,779 says, you gave me perm? Dita Brandon says, yeah? Asta 22,656,779 says, thanks. Asta 22,656,779 says, IOU. Dita Brandon says, don't take anything without a skit. Dita Brandon says, come with me. It's Happy 14 says, what happened? Asta 22,656,779 says, ye I rot. Lalpaklua 12 says, hello. Lukamp 11 says, can I team with anyone? It's Happy 14 says, guys am I hot? Lalpaklua 12 says, hello guys. Asta 22,656,779 says, damn. Dita Brandon says, my prized possessions. It's Happy 14 says, because I'm near lava. Lalpaklua 12 says, Dom report. It's Happy 14 says, read the full thing Lalpaklua. Dita Brandon says, best part come with me. Asta 22,656,779 says, damn that's another LVL base. Sven Y says, I just lost connection. Dita Brandon says, if you go straight. Dita Brandon says, you should say my cactus farm. Welcome Zachary Pinzolin. Like and subscribe. Asta 22,656,779 says, AM here. Lalpaklua 12 says, at Blackspot. Lukamp 11 says, is anyone looking for someone to team up? It's Happy 14 says, what? Asta 22,656,779 says, wait lost bruh. Dita Brandon says, at my cactus farm. Asta 22,656,779 says, "Brah, I can't fly." Dida Brandon says, "Take it off." It's Happy 14 says, "Imborda 3." Asta 22,656,779 says, "It broke." Dida Brandon says, "Then back on." King Sebi 9 says, "Hey Brandon. Trivia question. What's required to craft a tripwire hook in Minecraft?" Dida Brandon says, "Then back on." King Sebi 9 says, "Want a team?" Asta 22,656,779 says, "Same." Lukank 11 says, "Yo Sebi." King Sebi 9 says, "Hey Ditto." Dida Brandon says, "Come with me." King Sebi 9 says, "Yes Luca." Lukank 11 says, "Want a team?" King Sebi 9 says, "1 sec." King Sebi 9 says, "Type, look." Lukank 11 says, "Look." King Sebi 9 says, "Sure." Dida Brandon says, "This is my raid farm I use when my teammate is not AFK." It's Happy 14 says, "WBD." Laupaklua 12 says, "I want yummy cow." King Sebi 9 says, "Cohorts." It's AOJ says, "TYD." It's AOJ says, "D**." Lukank 11 says, "Discord." Asta 22,656,779 says, "Aller." Dida Brandon says, "But when he AFs I use a different one." King Sebi 9 says, "No, Xbox app." Lukank 11 says, "Sure." Dida Brandon says, "Watch me do it." King Sebi 9 says, "Okay." King Sebi 9 says, "Invite Cookie Sorma." It's Happy 14 says, "I just saw a vid of Pocket Kitties." Lukank 11 says, "User." King Sebi 9 says, "To a party." It's Happy 14 says, "So dang cute." Lukank 11 says, "Alright." Blackspot alert, aim for greatness, subscribe, and like. It's AOJ says, "Happy." It's AOJ says, "What's her version?" Asta 22,656,779 says, "SHIII." It's Happy 14 says, "120." It's AOJ says. It's AOJ says, "Oh." It's AOJ says, "Woa." Laupaklua 12 says, "I finally have blue name my favorite color lol." Dida Brandon says, "Stay here." Asta 22,656,779 says, "I almost dial all the totems saved me." It's Happy 14 says, 1.20, 41. It's Happy 14 says, "My version." Laupaklua 12 says, "What how?" It's AOJ says, "Oh." Lukank 11 says, "I sent you invite." It's Happy 14 says, "HMM." King Sebi 9 says, "Luka what's our Xbox username I?" Laupaklua 12 says, "When did 1.20, 41 released?" Lukank 11 says, "Lukamp 11." Lukank 11 says, "In Xbox." Laupaklua 12 says, "I'm playing 1.20, 40. Asta 22,656,779 says, "That's an op farm." King Sebi 9 says, "Okay Ema John." Dida Brandon says, "Not as op as my other." It's Happy 14 says, "WBD." It's AOJ says, "Ty D." It's Happy 14 says, anyways. Trivia question. What dimension is hazardous with lava? It's J says, HM. King Sebi 9 says, Im in Luca. It's Happy 14 says, Im bored. It's Happy 14 says, 3. It's J says, 3. Laupaklua 12 says, I'm gonna watch the sunrise. It's Happy 14 says, same. Dida Brandon says, okay fallow. King Sebi 9 says, Luca. King Sebi 9 says, bruh. It's Happy 14 says, it's beautiful oh. Dida Brandon says, where did you go? Asta 22,656,779 says, IDK. It's Happy 14 says, guys, anyone wants a cookie? Laupaklua 12 says, I'm alone in my base hope no one comes lol. It's Happy 14 says, I spit it on it. Kyle Play says, me. Kyle Play says, nitrogen monoxide. It's Happy 14 says, I did, P. Dida Brandon says, go to the farm I showed you. It's J says, not me. Laupaklua 12 says, join us. Dida Brandon says, go up. Fiery Storm Cloud says, I'm not even in the Discord lol. It's Happy 14 says, J. It's J says, Nicola is more harder. It's J says, yes. It's Happy 14 says, BTW all my friends know what I look like Earl. It's J says, oh. Asta 22,656,779 says, I can't open anything. It's Happy 14 says, at least all my friends that showed me THEIR faces. Laupaklua 12 says, I did face reveal in DC server, and all people were amazed on that. King Sebi 9 says, Wits IT. Dida Brandon says, I have another gold farm. Laupaklua 12 says, for 130 milliseconds. Laupaklua 12 says, Ruba. Laupaklua 12 says, bruh. Dida Brandon says, I mean one. Dida Brandon says, 1 gold farm. Asta 22,656,779 says, nice. It's Happy 14 says, good for you Laupaklua lol. Laupaklua 12 says, for 130.8 ms. It's J says, underscore. Laupaklua 12 says, 60 FPS at 20 to chunks. It's Happy 14 says, Dida Brandon, what do you think of my face Earl? Fiery Storm Cloud says, I didn't receive any instructions from Blackspot. Asta 22,656,779 says, Bra NGLAM weak, RN I need to grind. Dida Brandon says, you look good. It's Happy 14 says, aw thanks same to you. Fiery Storm Cloud says, oof. Asta 22,656,779 says, Thank ya. Trivia question. How do you obtain name tags in the game? Dita Brandon says, my teammate will add mine, and his skin's up here. Asta 20,656,779 says, oh nicey. Dita Brandon says, let's get you armor. Laupaklua 12 says, I wanna say thanks to Zero for giving me shulker with full of sugar cane. It's Al-J says, Zero is my friend, D. Asta 22,656,779 says, BTW do I need her perm for everything? It's Happy 14 says, oh. It's Happy 14 says, wait do you mean? Asta 22,656,779 says, cause I can't open any tongue. Dita Brandon says, not everything. Asta 22,656,779 says, anything asterisk. Dita Brandon says, not everything. It's Happy 14 says, guys. It's Al-J says, M. It's Happy 14 says, NVM. It's Happy 14 says, nothing. Dita Brandon says, this is my teammate's cat. It's Al-J says, bro about to tell its real height to be short. It's Al-J says, grr. Dita Brandon says, this is mine. Asta 22,656,779 says, Neff. It's Happy 14 says, BTW Snurklas, did Hugo get demodded? Asta 22,656,779 says, EMS. Dita Brandon says, we should get you a cat. Blackspot alert, join us, subscribe, like, and grow. Dita Brandon says, pick a cat. It's Happy 14 says, Hilo. Asta 22,656,779 says, yay lol. Snurkla says, only the snake detectives are mods now. It's Happy 14 says, oh. It's Happy 14 says, then why was his user red? Asta 22,656,779 says, oh I need fish. Dita Brandon says, 1 sec. Kyle Play says, BCZ of watch time. It's Happy 14 says, oh. It's Happy 14 says, makes sense. It's Happy 14 says, tie for helpin', greater than. Kyle Play says, D. It's Al-J says, I'm someone's spy. It's Happy 14 says, I'm a spy to sense im part of HHH. It's Al-J says, MAM. It's Al-J says, exactly. Dita Brandon says, look. Lukamk11 says, minus 1,238.74 minus 4,234. Dita Brandon says, this is your cat. Asta 22,656,779 says, oh look at him. It's Happy 14 says, anyways does anyone have any diet for a Jugur GEGJ Ray I Jurgigor? It's Happy 14 says, oops sorry, cat on keyboard. It's Al-J says, sure. It's Al-J says, diamond. It's Aljay says, OFC. Dida Brandon says, let me see your name. It's Happy 14 says, you. Asta 22,656,779 says, what name? It's Aljay says, oh my god. It's Happy 14 says, just, Diamond. It's Happy 14 says, Ez. It's Aljay says, I know you so well. Asta 22,656,779 says, Lemasi. It's Happy 14 says, Iker. Trivia question. What type of material does a blaze drop when defeated? It's Happy 14 says, everyone knows me well. Lalpaklua 12 says, IdQ. Dida Brandon says, it's yours now. It's Aljay says, lol. It's Happy 14 says, other than you. Asta 22,656,779 says, I need fish. Dida Brandon says, he is already tamed. It's Aljay says, SMH. It's Aljay says, happy. It's Aljay says, give me your core. Asta 22,656,779 says, oh. Lalpaklua 12 says, I only know. It's Alj and Vzaragaming. It's Happy 14 says, you. Asta 22,656,779 says, so It's Happy 14 says, I'm at my base. It's Aljay says, oh. It's Aljay says, okay. Dida Brandon says, does he sit? Asta 22,656,779 says, I'm not really good at names, but. Lalpaklua 12 says, clan. Asta 22,656,779 says, ye. It's Happy 14 says, name it Ashi. It's Happy 14 says, greater than. Asta 22,656,779 says, cupcake. Dida Brandon says, okay. Asta 22,656,779 says, don't ask why I chose that name. Dida Brandon says, let me find my name tag. It's Happy 14 says, Hilo. Dida Brandon says, found it. It's Aljay says, Hilo. It's Happy 14 says, 8 what's the price? Dida Brandon says, cupcake right. It's Aljay says, FRE. Asta 22,656,779 says, yep. It's Happy 14 says, aw thanks, D. Asta 22,656,779 says, BTW how long did it take to build all this? Lalpaklua 12 says, I want granite. It's Aljay says, sweet home. It's Aljay says, yum yum yum. It's Happy 14 says, Aoj. It's Aljay says, ye. Dida Brandon says, a month. It's Happy 14 says, Idn't you some cute? Dida Brandon says, so Asta 22,656,779 says, damn. Dida Brandon says, my car has died 3 times. Dida Brandon says, cat asterisk. Lalpaklua 12 says, and only my friend here is Zero. Welcome Max McLean, like and subscribe. Asta 22,656,779 says, how can he still be alive if he all or died 0? Oh. Dida Brandon says, I get another cat. Lalpaklua 12 says, I don't lie. Lalpaklua 12 says, lol. Lalpaklua 12 says, https://discord.gif/ec969wn9whfn fss x-m3u4. Dida Brandon says, hey. Kyle Plays says, rip. Asta 22,656,779 says, BTW tell me the best way to grind here. Dida Brandon says, no promo. Laupaklua 12 says, wait what? Laupaklua 12 says, why did I send that? Laupaklua 12 says, lol. Dida Brandon says, place it. Trivia question. What type of potion does a witch drop when defeated? Dida Brandon says, why does it not give you the achievement? Laupaklua 12 says, it's raining. Asta 22,656,779 says, IDK. Dida Brandon says, so use my raid farm. Asta 22,656,779 says, Ema go grind for Diam armor first. Asta 22,656,779 says, will it be a problem? Dida Brandon says, want me to show you how my other raid farm works? Dida Brandon says, if you use my other farm it better. Asta 22,656,779 says, maybe later. Asta 22,656,779 says, Kuz Ema go grind our enim week wick. Dida Brandon says, well that's the best way for diamond armor. Asta 22,656,779 says, wait FR. Dida Brandon says, come with me. Asta 22,656,779 says, oh. Asta 22,656,779 says, I see. Dida Brandon says, yeah? Dida Brandon says, that's why I asked. Asta 22,656,779 says, but I'll still need a sword. Laupaklua 12 says, I need cow. It's Happy 14 says, Dida Brandon says, give it back later. Blackspot alert, support us, subscribe, and like. Asta 22,656,779 says, all. Laupaklua 12 says, TF. Asta 22,656,779 says, show it works now. It's Happy 14 says, sure, who wants to marry me? Dida Brandon says, come with me. It's Happy 14 says, Jay. Laupaklua 12 says, wah. It's Happy 14 says, I am joking. It's Happy 14 says, don't come for me. Laupaklua 12 says, where did I put my sword? It's Happy 14 says, not me. Fiery Storm Cloud says, Dida Brandon says, don't go to the other farm. Dida Brandon says, go to the one with the chests. Asta 22,656,779 says, where are you? Laupaklua 12 says, I want to marry. Laupaklua 12 says, myself. Dida Brandon says, down. It's Happy 14 says, dang. Dida Brandon says, come down. Dida Brandon says, this what? Dida Brandon says, way asterisk. Asta 22,656,779 says, ran out of fireworks. Dida Brandon says, go right here. Trivia question. What does a hopper do primarily? Dida Brandon says, crouch. Asta 22,656,779 says, where to go? Laupaklua 12 says, letter. Dida Brandon says, go on that pressure plate and make your crosshair right in between those two blocks. It's Alj says, where? Laupaklua 12 says, D. Laupaklua 12 says, I. Laupaklua 12 says, S. Laupaklua 12 says, C. It's Auj says, Discord. Laupaklua 12 says, O. It's Happy 14 says, Discord. Laupaklua 12 says, R. Laupaklua 12 says, P. Dida Brandon says, go to the back. Laupaklua 12 says, wrong. Laupaklua 12 says, lol. It's Auj says, Discorpal now. It's Happy 14 says, Discorp. It's Happy 14 says, ah yes. Dida Brandon says, do you just want to GC? It's Happy 14 says, my fav app. Dida Brandon says, VC. Laupaklua 12 says, guess the word bana asterisk asterisk. Dida Brandon says, would make it easier to teach you. Dida Brandon says, VC. Asta 22,656,779 says, okay wait show me. Laupaklua 12 says, I can do VC. Asta 22,656,779 says, can't VC run. Laupaklua 12 says, lol. It's Happy 14 says, WB. Laupaklua 12 says, WB. Dida Brandon says, look. It's Happy 14 says, what just happened? It's AOJ says, Laupaklua 12, what's her message? Dida Brandon says, I need that. Dida Brandon says, do what I did. It's Happy 14 says, who are you? It's Happy 14 says, tree person. It's Happy 14 says, who are you? Laupaklua 12 says, I want to cry. Dida Brandon says, am your crosshair in between the stone block and the chest. It's Happy 14 says, what in the? Dida Brandon says, you have to be standing. Laupaklua 12 says, hell. Laupaklua 12 says, lol. Asta 22,656,779 says, found it. Dida Brandon says, okay. Dida Brandon says, don't move. Asta 22,656,779 says, K. It's Happy 14 says, I think it was Kyle. Asta 22,656,779 says, what? Dida Brandon says, don't move. Asta 22,656,779 says, K. Trivia question. What type of potion does a slime drop when defeated? Lalpaklua12 says, server has via version cool. Asta 22,656,779 says, they gotta come here now, huh? Dida Brandon says, 1 sec. Asta 22,656,779 says, yep. Dida Brandon says, they should. Asta 22,656,779 says, it's been so long since I used a totem farm. Dida Brandon says, but they didn't spawn. Asta 22,656,779 says, 0. Asta 22,656,779 says, they hate me. Welcome back #Ditto Brandon from Modra Brandon. Glad you could join us again. Asta 22,656,779 says, or they racist. Lalpaklua12 says, I feel like. Lalpaklua12 says, nothing. Lalpaklua12 says, LA 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 LA. Blackspot alert. Join us, subscribe, like, and grow. It's Happy 14 says, what? It's Happy 14 says, stop it Kylie. It's Happy 14 says, grr. Kyle Play says, new. Kyle Play says, shush ratty. Asta 22,656,779 says, done. Asta 22,656,779 says, what happened? Lalpaklua12 says, I'm on second on the top vote list. Asta 22,656,779 says, where you at? It's Happy 14 says, Kyle what? Kyle Plays says, do you have any wheat or Q? It's Happy 14 says, Kyle family. Asta 22,656,779 says, wait hold on. Asta 22,656,779 says, where are you? Kyle Play says, wheat. Kyle Play says, PLZ. It's J says, look. Trivia question. What block is used to brew underwater potions? Asta 22,656,779 says, what's that? Lao Paklua 12 says, my Kai is scratching me. Lao Paklua 12 says, cat asterisk. Lao Paklua 12 says, man it hurt law. Kyle Play says, sheep bomb. Lao Paklua 12 says, WB. Asta 22,656,779 says, I got scared. Dida Brandon says, I wasted my loot. Lao Paklua 12 says, who wanna play horror map? Lao Paklua 12 says, lol. Dida Brandon says, if you would have went down, you should have started the raid. Asta 22,656,779 says, bruh. Lao Paklua 12 says, wish there was skyblock. Asta 22,656,779 says, I didn't know how to. Asta 22,656,779 says, lol. Dida Brandon says, you just let the piston push you. Asta 22,656,779 says, Wick, it's been 1 year since I played. 0. Dida Brandon says, move to the back if the stream. It's Happy 14 says, whoa. Dida Brandon says, you go right here to get out. It's Happy 14 says, I was AFK. It's Happy 14 says, I didn't expect a family of Kyles being followed by a Kyle. Asta 22,656,779 says, oh. Kyle Play says, oh, they used to be bouncy. Dida Brandon says, give me my sword. It's Happy 14 says, this is beautiful. Lao Paklua 12 says. Lao Paklua 12 says, rip. It's J says, I was resetting my XP. It's J says, it's fine. Asta 22,656,779 says, okay. Lao Paklua 12 says, I wanna enjoy Minecraft with someone. It's Happy 14 says, who is the dad of all these sheeps? It's J says, Laupaklua 12 says, but life is like a coin flip. Kyle Play says, it guy adopted them from Blex, P. Asta 22,656,779 says, Bruh. Trivia question. How do you tame a wolf? Laupaklua 12 says, someone give me luck. It's Happy 14 says, Umayu. Laupaklua 12 says, so that I can keep winning in coin flip. Asta 22,656,779 says, hey, don't I have some spare armor? It's Happy 14 says, a 15-year-old dad. It's Happy 14 says, cursed. Laupaklua 12 says, I have unluck effect lol. Asta 22,656,779 says, all. Laupaklua 12 says, Laupaklua 12 says, bad luck. It's Happy 14 says, at least I think Kyle is 15. Kyle Play says, are these our children? It's Happy 14 says, no. It's Happy 14 says, nay vet. Kyle Play says, the golems. It's Happy 14 says, nah. Laupaklua 12 says, J revealed Kyle's secret. Laupaklua 12 says, lol. Kyle Play says, you are. It's J says, wait. Asta 22,656,779 says, I Brandon IGTG. It's J says, what's his secret? It's Happy 14 says, Kyle is a dad. It's Happy 14 says, and Im da Bobby. Laupaklua 12 says, the power of Goon Gang Jing Gang. Laupaklua 12 says, lol. Kyle Play says, child wants attention happy. Laupaklua 12 says, wait what my ping counter is broken. Laupaklua 12 says, stuck at 420.8 milliseconds. Blackspot alert, join us, subscribe, and like. It's Happy 14 says, what? It's Happy 14 says, woo. Kyle Play says, the golem. It's Happy 14 says, you're my fav. Kyle Play says, you have triplets. It's Happy 14 says, here's a snack. It's Happy 14 says, I feel good fixing golems, D. It's J says, can anyone give me bad omen? Kyle Play says, fixing children. It's Happy 14 says, Iker. It's J says, can anyone give me bad omen? It's Happy 14 says, sure H. It's Happy 14 says, J. It's J says, Ty D. It's LJ says, grr. Subby says, can I have op? Dida Brandon says, Kyle. It's LJ says, look. It's LJ says, can anyone greater than O? Welcome back, Happy on Laptop. Glad you could join us again. Dida Brandon says, NVM. It's LJ says, TY. Trivia question. What does a hopper do primarily? It's LJ says, Tissum Fiery. It's AOJ says, 3. Fiery Storm Cloud says, NP. It's LJ says, and Ty Happy for trying the TWD. It's LJ says, it's Happy 14 says, oh. It's Happy 14 says, we'll get next time, P. It's LJ says, 0 to 6 level XP on. Snurkla says, look. Snurkla says, made a mini-me. It's LJ says, AWWWW. It's Happy 14 says, that's so cute. Dida Brandon says, Happy, can you buy me Bad Omen? It's Happy 14 says, cute. It's LJ says, mini Snurklas. Laupaklua 12 says, time for some adventures. It's LJ says, so cute. It's Happy 14 says, small. It's Happy 14 says, Snurky, D. It's Happy 14 says, name it Snurky please. It's LJ says, Snurky. It's LJ says, so cute name. Dida Brandon says, Kyle, can you get my Bad Omen? It's Happy 14 says, Kyle, how could you? It's Happy 14 says, you left your own children. Kyle Play says, get it out of the pen, I want it to kill my children. Dida Brandon says, Kyle, can you get my Bad Omen? Dida Brandon says, bruh, can someone give me Bad Omen? It's Happy 14 says, demoralized, what a name. Snurkla says, WB. Dida Brandon says, yuck WG. It's LJ says, WB. Sunny Burrito 999 says, WB. Jackery says, Ty. It's Happy 14 says, WB Jackery. Kyle Play says, Happy. It's Happy 14 says, Re. It's Happy 14 says, yeah? Kyle Play says, open the pen. It's Happy 14 says, which pen? Kyle Play says, the top one. Laupaklua 12 says, Jackery Young gonna beat her vote. Laupaklua 12 says, long. It's Happy 14 says, HLEP. Dida Brandon says, yeah. Dida Brandon says, can I get Bad Omen? It's LJ says, oh my god. It's LJ says, no. It's LJ says, Happy, can you give me Bad Omen, sad face? It's Happy 14 says, sure. Kyle Play says, there's a lot of PP on RN. It's LJ says, tie. Kyle Play says, PPL asterisk. Brexy for 1055 says, hey. It's LJ says, look. Sunny Burrito 999 says, Renai1 has a totem farm I could use. Brexy for 1055 says, can I join someone base? It's LJ says, look. Trivia question. What's required to craft a tripwire hook in Minecraft? It's Happy 14 says, how dare you kill your kids? It's LJ says, look. Sunny Burrito 999 says, anyone has a totem farm I could use? Dida Brandon says, it's out of shop. It's LJ says, it was in. Dida Brandon says, I do Sunny, but I need bad omen. It's LJ says, Hiya Pappy. Sunny Burrito 999 says, I could give. Dida Brandon says, Sunny, if you give me bad omen, it will save for you to use it. It's LJ says, I need bad omen all. It's LJ says, look. It's Happy 14 says, I'd med you age. It's Happy 14 says, LOJ. It's Happy 14 says, it isn't work. Dida Brandon says, look. Fiery Storm Cloud says, lol. It's Happy 14 says, did that villager. Lao Paklua 12 says, wish likes was back lol. Lao Paklua 12 says, and free loot. It's LJ says, look. Dida Brandon says, look. It's LJ says, look. Blackspot alert. Show your love, subscribe, and like. Dida Brandon says, okay Sunny, I have a good raid farm you can use. It's Happy 14 says, re-ended. Sunny Burrito 999 says, okay where? Welcome back, tax is theft. Glad you could join us again. It's Happy 14 says, re-indeed. Fiery, re-indeed. Dida Brandon says, I will DM you my nether cords. It's Happy 14 says, Kyle X Villager. Kyle Play says, LMAO, what was going on when I was AFK? It's Happy 14 says, Killager. It's LJ says, it's fine fiery. It's LJ says, tie anyway D. Sunny Burrito 999 says, burp. Trivia question. What do you need for a snow golem? It's Al-J says, it is. It's Al-J says, it's Bedrock and Java. It's Al-J says, Connectee. It's Happy14 says, Bedrock and Java. Kyle Play says, Hoy. Kyle Play says, new. It's Al-J says, greater than O. It's Al-J says, yeah? Laopaklua12 says, I have crushed to someone in this server, lol. It's Al-J says, who? Laopaklua12 says, yesy I'm real. Kyle Play says, happy. Laopaklua12 says, I'm human. Laopaklua12 says, not like aliens. Laopaklua12 says, lol. Welcome back bring underscore, back underscore, lemon underscore, pio underscore, as underscore mods. Glad you could join us again. Kyle Play says, I thought you were an alien. It's Al-J says, Brummy. Kyle Play says, is it happy? Laopaklua12 says, BTW aliens are watching the stream. Laopaklua12 says, no. It's Al-J says, I'm from Jordan. Laopaklua12 says, secret. Kyle Play says, Brandon. Laopaklua12 says, TF. Kyle Play says, Omao. It's Happy14 says, what? Kyle Play says, it's happy then. It's Happy14 says, Omao I think it's Trill. It's Happy14 says, not me. Laopaklua12 says, and she likes too. If I say further you guys will guess. Laopaklua12 says, music Minecraft. Laopaklua12 says, lol. It's Happy14 says, Snurklas I think. It's Happy14 says, feel free to join, D. It's Al-J says, yay, D. It's Happy14 says, what? It's Happy14 says, KYKE. It's Happy14 says, Ply. It's Happy14 says, KLYE. It's Happy14 says, you scared me. Kyle Play says, APYPH. It's Happy14 says, what's going on? Kyle Play says, dogs are mad. It's Happy14 says, why is Mike mean? It's Happy14 says, yeah. It's Al-J says, I'm not in mood. It's Happy 14 says, New Age. It's Alj says, I don't like calling by dogs. It's Alj says, greater than sad face. It's Alj says, grr. Trivia question. What type of food item does a cow drop when defeated? It's Happy 14 says, nitrogen monoxide. I'm not calling you a dog. It's Happy 14 says, look. Kyle Play says, LMAO not you. It's Happy 14 says, that. It's Alj says, oh. It's Alj says, ooh. It's Happy 14 says, to dogs jumping on each other. It's Alj says, LMAO. Kyle Play says, aw. Kyle Play says, bro, what is this? It's Happy 14 says, you do it yourself. It's Happy 14 says, the dogs'll now. It's Alj says, GTG. It's Happy 14 says, let's join them. Kyle Play says, CIA. It's Happy 14 says, WTH Mizo. Kyle Play says, bruh. It's Happy 14 says, we are just friends. Kyle Play says, yay? Kyle Play says, they're after me. Laupaklua 12 says, I saw that. It's Happy 14. It's Happy 14 says, an apple and a rat never mixes together. It's Happy 14 says, oh hi tax. Welcome back Jackery, glad you could join us again. It's Happy 14 says, I'm a mad dog. Black Spot Alert, support us, subscribe, and like. It's Happy 14 says, time to jump you. It's Happy 14 says, LMAO I can't stop cackling hey. It's Happy 14 says, Seagar, DLGHT, YF. It's Happy 14 says, oop. Kyle Play says, Steve. It's Happy 14 says, my bestie. Kyle Play says, lol. It's Happy 14 says, you. It's Happy 14 says, rip. It's Happy 14 says, there are two ips. It's Happy 14 says, join from one of them. It's Happy 14 says, I get same problem. Trivia question. What is the primary function of a smithing table? It's Happy 14 says, in just a chill British girl ready to help. P. It's Happy 14 says, this is such a weird thing to laugh at. Sunny Burrito 999 says, Kyle Plays says, the dogs. It's Happy 14 says, you. It's Happy 14 says, the fact that your and LJ's Discord PFPs are cursed. It's Happy 14 says, meanwhile mine is an anim girl with a gun. It's Happy 14 says, oh, and welcome to the SMP Taxi Sage. It's Happy 14 says, NPP. It's Happy 14 says, Lemma bite you. Kyle Plays says, Nuu. It's Happy 14 says, Kyle, greater than. Kyle Plays says, I don't want rabies. Kyle Plays says, tent. Kyle Plays says, lol. It's Happy 14 says, nitrogen monoxide. Trivia question. What does an observer block detect? Kyle Play says, what's this? It's Happy 14 says, a book, greater than. Kyle Play says, what's in it? It's Happy 14 says, about some Hoobs players. Kyle Play says, oh. Kyle Play says, can I read? Sunny Burrito 999 says, hi Hoobs. It's Happy 14 says, NPR greater than. Kyle Play says, how come you never wear armor? It's Happy 14 says, cause. It's Happy 14 says, ick. It's Happy 14 says, dog all. Kyle Play says, bunny. Blackspot alert, support us, subscribe, and like. Kyle Play says, what? It's Happy 14 says, dogga. It's Happy 14 says, no bunny. It's Happy 14 says, meow. Kyle Play says, wow. Sage Flavored says, sheep. Kyle Play says, it's got a lantern suck up its nose. It's Happy 14 says, yeah? It's Happy 14 says, gone. It's Happy 14 says, greater than. Sage Flavored says, I'm gonna starve law. It's Happy 14 says, you want food? It's Happy 14 says, I have some. Sage Flavored says, yes plus haha. It's Happy 14 says, chords is. Sage Flavored says, where are you? Fiery Storm Cloud says, take care everyone 3. It's Happy 14 says, for 9 for 5. Sage Flavored says, thank you. It's Happy 14 says, okie same to you Fiery see ya. It's Happy 14 says, X equals for 9 for 5. Kyle Play says, CIAA. It's Happy 14 says, X equals 4945, Y equals 72. Trivia question. How do you obtain ender crystals in Minecraft? It's Happy 14 says, X equals 4945, Y equals 72, Z equals 111. Kyle Play says, the holy leaf. It's Happy 14 says, Icar. Welcome back. Glad you could join us again. It's Happy 14 says, TBH, I have no idea how it's still alive. Kyle Play says, you must placed it. It's Happy 14 says, good morning VI. It's Happy 14 says, huh. Kyle Play says, or someone else. It's Happy 14 says, Igima destroy I. It's Happy 14 says, it asterisk asterisk. Kyle Play says, new. It's Happy 14 says, okie dokie. Kyle Play says, holy leaf. Sage Flavored says, oh my god, I am so far away from the Chord's law. It's Happy 14 says, nitrogen monoxide. It's Happy 14 says, nitrogen monoxide, nitrogen monoxide, nitrogen monoxide. Kyle Play says, oh mau. Kyle Play says, trapped. It's Happy 14 says, S. Kyle Play says, oh. It's Happy 14 says, my home. It's Happy 14 says, D. It's Happy 14 says, you. Kyle Play says. It's Happy 14 says, Jackery. It's Happy 14 says, you are cool. It's Happy 14 says, now add 3 chunks. Kyle Play says, how did you make him mad? Jackery says, why would I be mad at you lol? It's Happy 14 says, in JK though Jackery is cool. Kyle Play says, Panda. Sage Flavored says, song name in stream by any chance. Sage Flavored says, NVM. It's Happy 14 says, door. It's Happy 14 says, it's named door. Kyle Play says, the panda. It's Happy 14 says, HMM yes. It's Happy 14 says, polar. Kyle Play says, oh. It's Happy 14 says, no the song's name is door. It's Happy 14 says, not the panda. It's happy 14 says, lol. Kyle Play says, oh. Trivia question. What do you need to create a jukebox in Minecraft? Sage Flavored says, slowly getting to chords lol. Sage Flavored says, probably be there in like 10 mins. It's Happy 14 says, congrats. Sage Flavored says, thank you haha. Sunny Burrito 999 says, what chords? It's Happy 14 says, x equals 4945, y equals 72, z equals 111. It's Happy 14 says, stares at you. Sage Flavored says, thanks. It's Happy 14 says, wait, where are you? Sage Flavored says, at least the scenery is nice along the way. Kyle Plays says, you blind. It's Happy 14 says, icker. Kyle Plays says, you ran right past me. It's Happy 14 says, stares at you. Kyle Plays says, Steve. It's Happy 14 says, Alex. It's Happy 14 says, I mean. It's Happy 14 says, Kyle. Blackspot alert. Join us, subscribe, and like. Kyle Play says, you are a Steve for me. It's Happy 14 says, oop. It's Happy 14 says, sorry. Kyle Play says, it's oak lol. Kyle Plays says, PvP ugh. It's Happy 14 says, who built this wall? Sunny Burrito 999 says, where is it? Kyle Plays says, Donald Trump. It's Happy 14 says, Turnip. It's Happy 14 says, shut up. Kyle Play says, shush Nick. Sage Flavored says, Og Music. Kyle Play says, D. It's Happy 14 says, Nick 1407, Shrek 1407. It's Happy 14 says, shush. It's Happy 14 says, the hell. Kyle Play says, imagine keeping her triplets locked away in a pen. Trivia question, in which dimension is the Ender Dragon found? Kyle Play says, some. It's Happy 14 says, someone sent me a hella weird pickup line. It's Happy 14 says, that. It's Happy 14 says, cursed as hell. Kyle Play says, who was it? It's Happy 14 says, no. It's Happy 14 says, a Roblox friend. Kyle Play says, oh. It's Happy 14 says, his name is Coco. Kyle Play says, lol. Kyle Play says, new. It's Happy 14 says, what in the hell? Kyle Play says, he dog. It's Happy 14 says, nitrogen monoxide. It's Happy 14 says, sorry. It's Happy 14 says, new doggy. Kyle Play says, rip. It's Happy 14 says, never again. It's Happy 14 says, rip Wolfie. It's Happy 14 says, or whatever the name was. Kyle Play says, Andrew. Kyle Play says, I got a new one. It's Happy 14 says, new. It's Happy 14 says, both are named Subio Mao. It's Happy 14 says, in listening to a song about depression. It's Happy 14 says, meanwhile I'm happy as hell. Kyle Play says, lovely. It's Happy 14 says, woohoo. Trivia question. How do you tame a wolf? It's Happy 14 says, you're so upset with me, but I'm so obsessed with you. Kyle Play says, I'm hoping that's what the song's lyrics are. It's Happy 14 says, that is the lyrics. It's Happy 14 says, you aren't even upset with me. It's Happy 14 says, errant. It's Happy 14 says, whatever. Kyle Play says, I don't think that's ab depression law. It's Happy 14 says, oh ye, it's about BPD. It's Happy 14 says, I'm taking a break, I'm a listen to Cupid. It's Happy 14 says, on done. Blackspot alert, subscribe, like, and be awesome. It's Happy 14 says, I can't join RN sadly. It's Happy 14 says, are you okay, Kyle? Kyle Play says, yes. Sage Flavored says, I've got to go now, it's 12 a.m. Kyle Play says, why? It's Happy 14 says, oh nothing. It's Happy 14 says, alright G Sage. It's Happy 14 says, GN asterisk. Sage Flavored says, CIA nice meeting you. Welcome back Tani Lamo, glad you could join us again. Tani Lamo says, I have a lot of money to be on Lifesteal SMP with the actual Ippers, but I want to give you stuff. Sage Flavored says, and good stream. It's Happy 14 says, same to you. Sage Flavored says, by eel come back probably Teamro or Smith. It's Happy 14 says, okay. Welcome back, glad you could join us again. It's Happy 14 says, on Kyle disappeared. Kyle Play says, "Bruh, you wanted me to leave." Trivia question. What item locates strongholds? It's Happy 14 says, no. Kyle Play says, oh. It's Happy 14 says, feel free to do whatever you want. It's Happy 14 says, IDM if you visit my base. It's Happy 14 says, D. Jackery says, WB. It's Happy 14 says, WB. And Master 3300 for says, O. And Master 3300 for says, THXX. Welcome back, Kerry West. Glad you could join us again. It's Happy 14 says, that wolf jumping was entertaining. Kyle Play says, jump jump. It's Happy 14 says, meet my 3 kids, Scroll Spider, Daniel, and another whose name is hard to spell. It's Happy 14 says, Danny L asterisk. Kyle Play says, stick. Kyle Play says, and you have twins. It's Happy 14 says, oh ye stick. It's Happy 14 says, now I have triplets. It's Happy 14 says, you silly dogga. Kyle Play says, what up these ones? It's Happy 14 says, chihuahua. Kyle Play says, sliced cookie and user deleted. It's Happy 14 says, oh ye. It's Happy 14 says, they're mine to add. It's Happy 14 says, I adopted 5 kids. It's Happy 14 says, yep. Kyle Play says, I have ab 700, but our wolves killed them all, sad face. It's Happy 14 says, you wanted the wolf too. Kyle Play says, at asterisk asterisk. Trivia question, how do you tame a wolf? Kyle Play says, new. It's Happy 14 says, oh. Kyle Play says, you lead my children into the pen to get slaughtered, sad face. It's Happy 14 says, I'm so evil. It's Happy 14 says, yeah? Jackery says, WB Tossif. It's Happy 14 says, nitrogen monoxide. It's Happy 14 says, nitrogen monoxide. It's Happy 14 says, WB Tossif. Tossif to 1000 for 188 says, Ty bro. Jackery says, Arthur don't say weird things. Carrie West says, hi Tossif. Kyle Play says, it's Nick Jackery BTW. It's Happy 14 says, Nick _ 1407. Jackery says, oh why they impersonating someone else? It's Happy 14 says, no. Kyle Play says, no.
Wow.
And Master 3300 for says, no. It's Happy 14 says, it kid was supposed to be a troll league. Blackspot alert, subscribe, like, and be awesome. Kyle Play says, BCZ Arthur couldn't get on his account named Arthur M. or Smith. It's Happy 14 says, yeah? It's Happy 14 says, king. It's Happy 14 says, or should I say? It's Happy 14 says, Queen Arthur. Kyle Play says, while you abandoned a cat. Jackery says, hi Taswiff. It's Happy 14 says, the cat isn't mine. It's Happy 14 says, oh. Tossif to 1000 for 188 says, hi. Kyle Play says, it is. Kyle Play says, you just unsat it. It's Happy 14 says, oh. It's Happy 14 says, well. It's Happy 14 says, cat. It's Happy 14 says, nice to meet you. It's Happy 14 says, let's go to her new home. It's Happy 14 says, Ty, D. And Master 3300 for says, NP. Kyle Play says, tent. It's Happy 14 says, kitty tent. It's Happy 14 says, D. And Master Master 3300 for says, adopt.c.d.e.f.g.h.i.j.k.l.m.n. It's happy 14 says, what? And Master 3300 for says, Trivia question. What dimension is hazardous with lava? Kyle Play says, and Master 3300 for says, It's Happy 14 says, if you find more cats tell me. Jackery says, don't spam please and Master. And Master 3300 for says, okay lol. Kyle Play says, they should spawn where villagers are BCZ it counts as a village. It's Happy 14 says, ah yes. Kyle Play says, cat. Kyle Play says, here. It's Happy 14 says, villagers trapped in a stone structure thing is a village. It's Happy 14 says, worder. Kyle Play says, you tamed it. Kyle Play says, it's sleeping. Kyle Play says, come back. Kyle Play says, it won't follow. Kyle Play says, oh mau. It's Happy 14 says, AWWW. It's Happy 14 says, so cute. It's Happy 14 says, Tissum. It's Happy 14 says, TVT. It's Happy 14 says, the hell. It's Happy 14 says, shut up Nick.
Wow.
Kyle Play says, maybe you do since they're so obsessed with talking at her. It's Happy 14 says, oh yay. It's Happy 14 says, HAIUIHDJ. It's Happy 14 says, ha ha ha. Kyle Play says, lol. And Master 3300 for says, O underscore O. And Master 3300 for says, and Master 3300 for says, that's weird. Tossif to 1488 says, who Basors is powerful. It's Happy 14 says, I want a VC, but I sound like a 7-year-old. It's Happy 14 says, AA. It's Happy 14 says, Tissum VI. And Master 3300 for says, NPP. And Master 3300 for says, I sound like Leafyish or Law. And Master 3300 for says, well sorta. And Master 3300 says, but with a nice personality. It's Happy 14 says, wait, so VI is NPC, VI1, struggle. It's Happy 14 says, wow. And Master 3300 says, kindness and stuff. And Master 3300 says, yeah lol. And Master 3300 says, I got so many accounts. And Master 3300 says, they got photo sauced. And Master 3300 says, lol. Trivia question. What item is needed to create a potion of strength? And Master 3300 says, that's one of them. It's Happy 14 says, rip. Carrie West says, you are so close, Jackery. It's Happy 14 says, there are way too many Leafisher. And Master 3300 says, duh, big sithing. It's Happy 14 says, what's a big sithing? And Master 3300 says, Emmet. And Master 3300 says, E. It's Happy 14 says, in Discord. And Master 3300 says, Twitch and Discord. Kyle Play says, the cat won't stop sleeping at Jixby, Guegua. Kyle Play says, lol. And Master 3300 says, lol, look at this. And Master 3300 says, look. Kyle Play says, it's just standing there. It's Happy 14 says, bruh. It's Happy 14 says, you should follow me. Kyle Play says, sit it and unsit it. And Master 3300 says, this generated. And Master 3300 says, so weirdly. It's Happy 14 says, you stubborn kitty. And Master 3300 says, Anidic what this is. Kyle Play says, yay? Blackspot alert, subscribe, and like for more. Kyle Play says, oh. It's Happy 14 says, bruh. Lucant 11 says, anyone wanting to team? Kyle Play says, it's after the bedzone stairs, oh mau. It's Happy 14 says, am all are part of a team. And Master 3300 says, I saved the lava from pouring out though. And Master 3300 says, weirdest location ever. It's Happy 14 says, lol. It's Happy 14 says, wait what? And Master 3300 says, generated on a hill. And Master 3300 says, lol. And Master 3300 says, you can even go under it. Kyle Play says, lol. Tossif to 488 says, lol. Kyle Play says, there's beds upstairs. And Master 3300 says, 36173720. And Master 3300 says, coords. Kyle Play says, yay? And Master 3300 says, 36173720. It's Happy 14 says, welcome to your new home, Kitty D. It's Happy 14 says, BRB. Kyle Play says, can you use resource packs on Bedrock? It's Happy 14 says, what's a resource pack? Kyle Play says, I think it just changes something that's already in the game. It's Happy 14 says, oh then it. Trivia question. In which dimension is the Ender Dragon found? And Master 3300 says, I think the CMDS are broken. It's Happy 14 says, boy I know you wanted me, P. It's Happy 14 says, lyrics. Kyle Play says, WB Brad. Braddock says, tie. It's Happy 14 says, WB. It's Happy 14 says, D. Braddock says, tie. It's Happy 14 says, Conoco Kitten is in drama. It's Happy 14 says, Nuu. Kyle Play says, what? It's Happy 14 says, you prob DK about him. It's Happy 14 says, what the heck is that image? It's Happy 14 says, PPFT hahaha. And Master 3300 says, I can't give you any more diamonds, cause the black spot is broken. It's Happy 14 says, new. It's Happy 14 says, it's fine though DW. And Master 3300 says, oh aller. And Master 3300 says, he'll just wait for a couple hours or something. In Master 3300 for says T and then try again. Trivia question: how to cure a zombie villager? Black Spot Alert, subscribe, and like for more. Trivia question. How do you obtain name tags in the game? It's Happy 14 says, raw. Kyle Play says, grr. It's Happy 14 says, I was gonna bury you. It's Happy 14 says, Imma rejoin. Trivia question. What type of potion does a slime drop when defeated? It's Happy 14 says, boo. It's Happy 14 says, get scared. It's Happy 14 says, I'm scary. It's Happy 14 says, 3. Kyle Play says, did you change your skin? It's Happy 14 says, nope. It's Happy 14 says, I was lagging. Kyle Play says, oh. It's Happy 14 says, you were flying in the air. It's Happy 14 says, and your elytra looked weird as hell. It's Happy 14 says, phew. It's Happy 14 says, Googaga asterisk. Kyle Plays says, does my elytra look like a normal elytra? It's Happy 14 says, yes. Kyle Plays says, oh. Flexbot alert! Join us, subscribe, and like. Kyle Play says, BCZ on my Bedrock account, I could see my Optifine cake. It's Happy 14 says, I'm thinking Miku. It's Happy 14 says, Miku. It's Happy 14 says, Uyu. Kyle Play says, huh. It's Happy 14 says, J would know. It's Happy 14 says, Leo. It's Happy 14 says, Lel. Kyle Play says, Leo. It's Happy 14 says, la la lel. It's Happy 14 says, I'm weird. It's Happy 14 says, anyways. Kyle Play says, yeek 3. It's Happy 14 says, yeah? It's Happy 14 says, weirdo magic. It's Happy 14 says, I keep most of my friends entertained just by chatting. Kyle Play says, I'm guessing it's an anim then, or SMTH. Kyle Play says, thing asterisk. It's Happy 14 says, kinda. It's Happy 14 says, anim zone. It's Happy 14 says, song. It's Happy 14 says, I thought your skin had long hair for a second. It's Happy 14 says, TVT. Kyle Play says, how? Trivia question. What's the main use of a stonecutter in the game? It's Happy 14 says, the jacket thing. It's Happy 14 says, I thought it was hair. It's Happy 14 says, oh I see your cape. It's Happy 14 says, take off your elytra. Kyle Play says, lol yeah my hair wraps around my whole body, oh underscore oh. It's Happy 14 says, it's black and white smooth. Kyle Play says, wings. It's Happy 14 says, wait. Kyle Play says, Kyle Play says, what? It's Happy 14 says, I see your cape below your elytra. Kyle Play says, oh. It's Happy 14 says, Kyle Play says, Kyle Play says, It's Happy 14 says, do you wanna see Cursed Brandon? It's Happy 14 says, or no. It's Happy 14 says, HMMHMH. Kyle Play says, sure. It's Happy 14 says, It's Happy 14 says, 8 him a DM. Kyle Play says, wait. Kyle Play says, dim. It's Happy 14 says, Susus Mogus. And Master 3300 for says, Amogus Boobas. It's Happy 14 says, Ayo. Kyle Play says, O underscore O. It's Happy 14 says, remember Jackery is stalking us. And Master 3300 for says, Ik lol. And Master 3300 for says, I saw that Nick on an IO game. And Master 3300 for says, though it was funny lol. It's Happy 14 says, Omau you. And Master 3300 for says, thought asterisk. It's Happy 14 says, am not interested in typing that out though now. And Master 3300 for says, lol. It's Happy 14 says, hold on Kyle. It's Happy 14 says, I wanna whisper you something. Kyle Play says, I'm not sure if I want to see this. Kyle Play says, DM me. It's Happy 14 says, no it isn't, sus. It's Happy 14 says, SPSPSPSPSPPSPSPSPS. It's Happy 14 says, greater than. And PCMASTR330 for says. Trivia question. What item is used to craft a piston in Minecraft? It's Happy14 says, jump in. It's Happy14 says, for a surprise. Kyle Play says, new. And Master 3300 for says, don't trust any pit lol. It's Happy14 says, new. It's Happy14 says, new. It's Happy14 says, asterisk dies. Kyle Play says, I didn't get a surprise. It's Happy14 says, all are now I'll give. It's Happy14 says, just jump in. It's Happy14 says, please, D. And Master 3300 for says, Star Wars, it's a trap. It's Happy14 says, LMAO. Kyle Play says, new. Blackspot alert. Join us, subscribe, and like. Gamegeny says, hi. It's Happy14 says, oh. It's Happy14 says, Kyle. Kyle Plays says. It's Happy14 says, where did you escape? It's Happy14 says, I'm gonna bite you. It's Happy14 says, enjoy rabies, D. Kyle Play says, new. It's Happy14 says, quarantine in a nutshell. It's Happy14 says, stares at you epically. It's Happy14 says, wait a maf I gotta pee. Impmaster 3300 says, I had X. Trivia question. What's required to craft a tripwire hook in Minecraft? Impmaster 3300 says, when it was Z+. Kyle Play says, new. Impmaster 3300 says, all are welcome gonna go eat and then I'm gonna take a show. Impmaster 3300 says, R. Impmaster 3300 says, and then he'll be back to walkin'. Impmaster 3300 says, or sprinting. Impmaster 3300 says, or boating. Impmaster 3300 says, or whatever. Impmaster 3300 says, br.BBBB. Kyle Play says, the CMNDS are broken anyways. It's Happy 14 says, oh. Trivia question. Which biome has colorful clay? Kyle Play says, I'm free. It's Happy 14 says, my pet Kyle escaped. It's Happy 14 says, the water smells like chlorine. It's Happy 14 says, oh that rems me. I've gotta make sure my brother is swimming in the pool properly. Black Spot Alert, subscribe, like, and be awesome. It's Happy 14 says, back. It's Happy 14 says, back. Kyle Plays says, you live in the Uck, right? It's Happy 14 says, yes sir. Kyle Plays says, there is no way her brother was in a pool, it's freezing. It's Happy 14 says, he still wanted to go in. It's Happy 14 says, he is 6. Kyle Play says, oh. It's Happy 14 says, so I basically just taunted him. It's Happy 14 says, oh I bet I can swim in the pool, my brother. It's Happy 14 says, he is overconfident he can swim in the pool. It's Happy 14 says, so I'm making sure he actually does it XD. Kyle Play says, brother's gonna get hypothermia. It's Happy 14 says, meanwhile I'm chilling here with 3 layers of coats. Kyle Play says, now. Trivia question. What dimension is hazardous with lava? It's Happy 14 says, actually 4 if you count my dad's. It's Happy 14 says, I can't wait for snow though TBH. It's Happy 14 says, London is freezing. It's Happy 14 says, bruh. It's Happy 14 says, once my brother tried to prove me that he can fly. Kyle Play says, lol. It's Happy 14 says, he ended up breaking my mom's glass vase and broke his right foot. Kyle Play says, ah. It's Happy 14 says, I couldn't stop laughing no now. It's Happy 14 says, the full thing was hilarious. Kyle Play says, I think my friend's younger brother smashed a vase on her head once. It's Happy 14 says, lol what? Kyle Play says, she had to get stitches. It's Happy 14 says, children are crazy nowadays. It's Happy 14 says, TVT Hope has Oki. It's Happy 14 says, TVT Hope Shizuki. Kyle Play says, well it was a while ago like 3 to 4 years ago. Kyle Play says, was asterisk. It's Happy 14 says, you worry 11? It's Happy 14 says, or 12. Kyle Play says, ick. It's Happy 14 says, people think him young even though I'm 14. It's Happy 14 says, oh. Trivia question. What dimension is hazardous with lava? It's Happy 14 says, I'm ready to fight anyone. It's Happy 14 says, Earl. It's Happy 14 says, not in game. Kyle Play says, lol. It's Happy 14 says, BTW this horse is Aljay's BF. Kyle Play says, lol. Kyle Play says, all of them. It's Happy 14 says, ye. It's Happy 14 says, XD. Kyle Play says, she has 3 BFS. It's Happy 14 says, yeah? It's Happy 14 says, Polly. It's Happy 14 says, Fuwu. Kyle Play says, the villagers ran away. Kyle Play says, and the pig. Kyle Play says, NVM the pig went back in. Blexbot alert, your support counts, subscribe, and like. It's Happy 14 says, Idric they're idiots. Kyle Play says, :000. Kyle Play says, how dare you? It's Happy 14 says, the villagers are dumb enough to jump in the pet. It's Happy 14 says, pen asterisk. It's Happy 14 says, I realized it has been like 2 to 3 hours while we were roaming around and chatting. Kyle Play says, bruh. It's Happy 14 says, war. Kyle Play says, WB. It's Aljay says, happy. It's Happy 14 says, what? It's Happy 14 says, WB. It's Aljay says, why did you tell Kyle my scrat? I have 3 BF of Skell Horse. It's Happy 14 says, PFFT. It's Happy 14 says, CUZ. It's Happy 14 says, some secrets are meant to be broken. It's Aljay says, bro. It's Happy 14 says, DW one of Kyle's GF is a villager. It's Aljay says, aw. Kyle Play says, bruh nitrogen monoxide. It's Happy 14 says, and he has kids. It's Happy 14 says, sheep. It's Happy 14 says, which I killed. It's Aljay says, I hope all a villager on Kyle's GF. Kyle Play says, you have triplet golems. It's Aljay says, who's the Haven GF? It's Happy 14 says, yeah probably. It's Happy 14 says, oh mau. It's Aljay says, oh mau. It's LJ says, I mean. Trivia question. What is the primary function of a smithing table? It's LJ says, I want to marry 16 Skellhorse. It's Happy 14 says, what? It's LJ says, SRS. It's Happy 14 says, LMAO. It's Happy 14 says, LMAO. It's Happy 14 says, Malp Diorge. It's LJ says, I'm serious actually. It's Happy 14 says, wow. It's Happy 14 says, I got an idea. Kyle Play says, ADFHJFAJJKA. It's LJ says, LMAO. It's LJ says, yes. It's Happy 14 says, breed Skellhorses. It's Happy 14 says, and marry all of them. It's Happy 14 says, S. Kyle Play says, let's have 16 weddings. It's LJ says, S. It's LJ says, yes. Doodle Josh says, where are y'all? It's Happy 14 says, I'm in hell. It's Happy 14 says, P. It's LJ says, I'll get a wedding dress even if Kyle can't seal now. It's Happy 14 says, KGK. It's Happy 14 says, I'ma stick to my outfit. Kyle Play says, emo. Doodle Josh says, nah I mean cohorts. It's Happy 14 says, Kyle. Kyle Play says, it's Happy 14 says, you should wear an apple boy skin. Kyle Play says, nitrogen monoxide. It's Happy 14 says, pretty please. It's Happy 14 says, for today. It's Happy 14 says, please. Kyle Play says, you should wear a rat skin. It's Happy 14 says, please. It's Happy 14 says, I'll do it. It's Happy 14 says, if you put on apple skin. Kyle Play says, okay. It's Happy 14 says, wait. It's Happy 14 says, I'll DM you one apple skin. It's Happy 14 says, if you whiny. It's Happy 14 says, want. It's Happy 14 says, asterisk. Kyle Play says, yays. It's Happy 14 says, AFK. It's Happy 14 says, JHELP, I found a maid dress apple. Doodle Josh says, I swear it should be 14 has been online for ages now. Kyle Play says, boo-hoo. It's Happy 14 says, I sent you. It's Happy 14 says, yeah I'm active almost for 9 hours during Saturdays. Trivia question. What's the main use of a blast furnace in Minecraft? Doodle Josh says, bro what? Doodle Josh says, nah, do you remember me? Kyle Plays says, how do you like id how to explain it, but like lever MC Bedrock tab without leaving the server? BC when I'm on Bedrock, and I go to another tab, it automatically makes me leave the server lol. It's Happy 14 says, dumb. It's Happy 14 says, oh don't minimize the screen. Kyle Plays says, I don't. It's Happy 14 says, just unfull screen it and change tab. Welcome back at Chippy 14. Glad you could join us again. Welcome Dragon 20, like and subscribe. Blackspot alert, subscribe and like for more. Kyle Play says, lol. It's Happy 14 says, LMAO. It's Happy 14 says, what the hell? It's Happy 14 says, WB Nick. The Nicola 2018 says, Fx. It's Happy 14 says, there's a wedding going on. It's Happy 14 says, wanna join? The Nicola 2018 says, a K-egg. It's Happy 14 says, AOJ is marrying a skeleton horse. The Nicola 2018 says, what? Kyle Plays 8,000 to 125 says, 16 of them. The Nicola 2018 says, wait, he is not online. Kyle Plays 8,000 to 125 says, G asterisk. The Nicola 2018 says, she is not. The Nicola 2018 says, WB. The Nicola 2018 says, K, what are chords? It's LJ says, I can't find a wedding skin, 3. It's Happy 14 says, AOJ. It's LJ says, yes. It's LJ says, let's go. It's Happy 14 says, are you marrying a skeleton horse or? It's LJ says, if that's the case, yes. It's Happy 14 says, Kyle left without joining. It's Happy 14 says, LMAO. It's LJ says, The Nicola 2018 says, BTW. It's Happy 14. What are chords? It's Happy 14 says, go to 5000 no. Trivia question. How do you obtain a music disc in Minecraft? It's Happy 14 says, and follow me. It's Happy 14 says, oh yeah, and OJ go to my base. It's OJ says it. It's Happy 14 says, hi Kylie. The Nicola 2018 says, in there. The Nicola 2018 says, it's Happy 14 where you. Kyle plays 8000 to 125 says, please explain to me I press the Windows button, then go to another tab. It makes me automatic halt. Leave on Bedrock. How can I stay on the server? It's OJ says, press Alt plus F4. It's OJ says, that's why I go aft. Kyle plays 8000 to 125 says, SHUSH. It's OJ says, lol. It's Happy 14 says, it though. It's OJ says, okay? It's Happy 14 says, I just. It's Happy 14 says, well. The Nicola 2018 says, it's Happy 14. It's OJ says, press Tab plus Alt. The Nicola 2018 says, it's Happy 14. It's Happy 14 says, unfull screen it, and go to another tab. It's Happy 14 says, ye? The Nicola 2018 says, where do I go now? The Nicola 2018 says, oh hi? It's Happy 14 says, here. Kyle plays 8000 to 125 says, oh I had full screen mode on. It's Happy 14 says, yeah? It's Happy 14 says, Brew OJ come to my base. The Nicola 2018 says, why you on to it? It's OJ says, food. It's Happy 14 says, your soon-to-be husband is joining. It's Happy 14 says, It's Happy 14 says, he's waiting. It's OJ says, oh. Kyle plays 8000 to 125 says, joining. Kyle plays 8000 to 125 says, bruh happy. Why are you Steve still? Kyle plays 8000 to 125 says, oh. It's LJ says, WTF. It's LJ says, what the frogs? Trivia question. What is the primary use of a grindstone in the game? It's Happy14 says, hey girl. It's Happy14 says, Ingle, I feel awkward knowing that Nick is casually watching us. The Nicola 2018 says, why? It's Al J says, Omau, you asked him to join. The Nicola 2018 says, I even have my costume with a tie. It's Happy14 says, I'm moving on. It's Happy14 says, perfect Omau. It's Al J says, FR Omau. It's Happy14 says, LOJ. It's LJ says, stop. Kyle plays 8,000 to 125 says, no. It's Happy14 says, can you stop? Blackspot alert. Join us, subscribe, and like. It's Happy14 says, please. It's Happy14 says, all our guys come in. It's Happy14 says, it's time for a wedding. Kyle plays 8,000 to 125 says, wedding in the kitty tent. It's Happy14 says, I have no idea how this works. It's Happy14 says, yeah? The Nicola 2018 says, why are we in a tent? It's Happy14 says, A-ways. It's Happy14 says, AOJ. It's AOJ says, Asterisk crying, well happy asterisk. The Nicola 2018 says, WB random rockety. It's Al J says, WB. Kyle plays 8,000 to 125 says, WB. Random Rocket YT says, tie. It's Happy14 says, will you be happy forever and ever knowing Skellhorse is your husband now? It's Al J says, yes. Kyle plays says, WB. The Nicola 2018 says, it's Happy14 says, are you willing to take AOJ as your wife, Skellhorse? It's Al J says, Skell, yeah? Kyle Play says, law. It's Al J says, kisses. The Nicola 2018 says, it's Happy14 says, yeah, you may kiss the bride. Kyle Play says, the sheep. It's Happy14 says, what a scene. The Nicola 2018 says, good job, Shine. Random Rocket YT says, who married? It's Al J says, me and Skellhorse. It's Happy14 says, AOJ and Skellhorse. It's Happy14 says, alright AOJ. It's Happy14 says, now. Welcome back Crediates, glad you could join us again. It's Happy14 says, you may take this spiritual flower. It's Happy14 says, I mean. It's Happy14 says, spiritual lead. It's Al J says, gimme the trust. It's Al J says, greater than, oh. It's Happy14 says, now use it on the horse and it will follow you. It's Happy14 says, UHH wait. It's Happy14 says, gimme lead. Trivia question. What's the main use of a converter? It's Happy 14 says, horse is all yours now smiley face. It's LJ says, let's go homie, D. Kyle plays 8,000 to 125 says, are they going on their honeymoon now? It's LJ says, tidy. It's Happy 14 says, yep. It's Happy 14 says, let's follow them. The Nicola 2018 says. The Nicola 2018 says, my honest reaction. Random Rocket YT says, and GL kinda weird. The Nicola 2018 says, fur. It's Happy 14 says, I have no idea what am I doing. The Nicola 2018 says, I feel like Earl, this is really illegal. It's Happy 14 says, but it's funny. It's LJ says, Mau. The Nicola 2018 says, IDKY. Kyle plays 8,000 to 125 says, only 15 more to marry. It's LJ says, yup. The Nicola 2018 says. It's LJ says, you don't have an administrator's permission to use that. It's LJ says, sad face. It's Happy 14 says, Ayo. It's Happy 14 says, what? Kyle plays says, lol. The Nicola 2018 says, the admins refuse to allow this. It's Happy 14 says, fur. It's LJ says, D. Random Rocket YT says, tie. It's Happy 14 says, stop it oh. It's Happy 14 says, ask. Kyle plays says, Shrek returns to his swamp. It's LJ says, sad face. Kyle plays says, I'll have to take him through the nether. It's LJ says, anyway. Kyle plays says, through asterisk. It's AOJ says, it won't work a 3. It's LJ says, I'll get on my own. The Nicola 2018 says, you rocket, I found your and our lock's base. Random Rocket YT says, what one? It's Happy 14 says, Mau. The Nicola 2018 says, with Luigi in it. The Nicola 2018 says, and SpongeBob. It's LJ says, bye bye Skelly 3. Random Rocket YT says, can you do look? It's Happy 14 says, lel bye bye Skell. The Nicola 2018 says, look. It's LJ says, cheated on Skell D. It's Happy 14 says, you just ditched your new husband. It's LJ says, yup. Random Rocket YT says, oh old 8-ball. The Nicola 2018 says, oh cool. It's LJ says, aham. It's Happy 14 says, shoe top Shrek. It's LJ says, I gotta to go back to watch stream Lamau. It's Happy 14 says, yep LOJ. The Nicola 2018 says, I was just flying around my base and found it. Trivia question. What type of potion does a slime drop when defeated? Kyle Plays says, why are you Steve? Kyle Plays says, even on Bedrock. It's Happy 14 says, cause. It's Happy 14 says, that's the way it is. The Nicola 2018 says, on Java she is that one I think it was Zoe Skin. Kyle Plays 8225 says, I thought you were emo. It's Happy 14 says, shush Shrek. Kyle Plays says, ship Shrek x Brandon. The Nicola 2018 says, oh ye ditto x Shrek. It's Happy 14 says, ditto Shrek. Blackspot alert. Join us, subscribe, like, and grow. The Nicola 2018 says, Drek. The Nicola 2018 says, Drake. It's Happy 14 says, someone make Shrek and Ditto get married. It's Al-J says, Omawu. It's Al-J says, it's so funny. It's Happy 14 says, I wonder what Rocky might be thinking. Kyle Play says, LMAO. It's Al-J says, LMAO. Kyle Play says, Shrek asked for it. It's Happy 14 says, a dad staring at the chats of teens talking about shipping a movie director with a 12-year-old. It's Happy 14 says, WJAT. It's Happy 14 says, what? Kyle Play says, The Nicola 2018 says, yow? The Nicola 2018 says, mods. It's Al-J says. The Nicola 2018 says, terminate Mizo. Kyle Play says, I seriously can't he had bike skoy. It's Al-J says, I'm uncomfortable. It's Happy 14 says, nitrogen monoxide what? It's Happy 14 says, get out of here Shrek. It's Happy 14 says, Mizo. It's Happy 14 says, please. It's Happy 14 says, no eating Al-J meat. Random Rocket YT says, Mizzy have a 1-minute timeout to chill. It's Happy 14 says, it's cannibalism. Kyle Play says, It's Al-J says, come here Skell. Kyle Play says, I'm crying. It's Al-J says, my new husband, D. Kyle Play says, you abandoned him. It's Al-J says, IT same. Kyle Play says, has stuck. Trivia question. What's the main use of a blast furnace in Minecraft? It's Happy 14 says. It's Alj says, forget it. Random Rocket YT says, guys PG. It's Happy 14 says, ooh yeah. It's Happy 14 says, AOJ. It's Alj says, yes. It's Happy 14 says, check the friend Discord group he. Random Rocket YT says, Mizo no need just keep family friendly. Random Rocket YT says, BRB. It's Happy 14 says, meow. It's Happy 14 says, meow. It's Happy 14 says, I'm a kitten. It's Happy 14 says, roar. Kyle Play says, dinosaur. It's Happy 14 says, come here you boy. It's Happy 14 says, I give up, this is way too cursed. It's Alj says, skell. Kyle Play says, what? It's Alj says, meet my home. It's Alj says, Arthur stop. It's Happy 14 says, nah. It's Alj says, they're uncomfortable with it Lamau. It's Happy 14 says, Shus R2. Kyle Play says, Shrek X Brandon equals true love. And Master 3300 for says, back. It's Happy 14 says, yes. It's Happy 14 says, Shrek. It's Happy 14 says, and Brandon. It's Alj says, yes. It's Happy 14 says, YEAH. Kyle Play says, yes. And Master 3300 for says, OCMDS work again. And Master 3300 for says, Coolio. It's Happy 14 says, Ty, D. It's Alj says, I'm riding. It's Alj says, oh woo. It's Alj says, look. Master 3300 for says, lol. It's LJ says, nah. Master 3300 for says, yes. Master 3300 for says, bike. Trivia question. How do you obtain ender crystals in Minecraft? It's Happy 14 says, what? Master 3300 for says, can we ban this Arthur guy? It's LJ says, that's it. It's LJ says, greater than. It's Happy 14 says, HMM. It's Happy 14 says, Helen PO. Kyle Play says, you. It's Happy 14 says, EW. It's Happy 14 says, what the? Master 3300 for says, nasty. Blackspot alert. Join us, subscribe, like, and grow. It's Happy 14 says, HMMM. It's Happy 14 says, yes or no. It's Happy 14 says, oh yeah? It's Happy 14 says, this is too far, Shrek. It's Happy 14 says, Nike. It's Happy 14 says, Nick. It's Happy 14 says, Abidus. It's Happy 14 says, BG. It's Happy 14 says, Ali for Legn SMEPQ. It's Happy 14 says, oot. Kyle Play says, ah. It's Happy 14 says, BBBB. It's Happy 14 says, 8-bet. It's Happy 14 says, Kyle. It's Happy 14 says, will you? Kyle Plays says, it's Happy 14 says, help me kill LJ's husband. Kyle Plays says, yes. It's Happy 14 says, asterisk offers you a diamond ring asterisk. It's Happy 14 says, no wait. Trivia question. How many eyes for the end portal? It's Happy 14 says, asterisk gets down on one knee offers you this book asterisk. It's Al J says, new. It's Al J says, a Wyatt's. Kyle Play says, noti. It's Happy 14 says, steel horse. It's Happy 14 says, aka bike. It's Al J says, grr. Kyle Play says, it's still here the real one. Kyle Play says, Rue. It's Happy 14 says, Tissum for the diamonds, BTWVI. It's Al J says. It's Al J says. It's Happy 14 says, HMM. It's Happy 14 says, I am a superstar. It's Happy 14 says, with a big house. It's Happy 14 says, and a big car. It's Happy 14 says, I am a superstar. It's Happy 14 says, and I don't care who you are. Asterisk stares at Kyle asterisk. Kyle Play says, same. It's Happy 14 says, Ayo. It's Happy 14 says, Kyle is 0. Kyle Play says, it's Al J says, bye. It's AOJ says, 3. It's Happy 14 says, new. Welcome back Yusef the Thunder Gamer. Glad you could join us again. It's Happy 14 says, It's Happy 14 says, WDYMM. It's Happy 14 says, it's not a smile. It's Happy 14 says, it's a heart. It's Happy 14 says, 3. Doodle Josh says, Trivia question. In which dimension is the Ender Dragon found? It's Happy 14 says, Iker. Kyle Play says, Blex is having a stroke. It's Happy 14 says, GTGWA. Kyle Play says, New CIA. It's Happy 14 says, See ya. Blexspot alert, subscribe, and like for more. Doodle Josh says, Can someone diamond me? Wow. Trivia question. What's required to make a potion of night vision? And Master 3300 for says O. And Master 3300 for says WB. Random Rocket YT says tie. And Master 3300 for says NP. Trivia question. What block is used to create an end portal frame? Doodle Josh says, "Fx guys." And Master 3300 for says, NP. Black Spot Alert. Aim for greatness. Subscribe and like. Doodle Josh says, sleep. And Master 3300 for says, THX. Doodle Josh says, X. And Master 3300 for says, NP. And Master 3300 for says, F. Trivia question. What item is used to craft a redstone lamp? Doodle Josh says, bye guys. And Master 3300 for says, now I can skip nights now. And Master 3300 for says, Coolio. And Master 3300 for says, Vixismink. Trivia question. What's required to create a redstone torch? Welcome back, Gerardo Megachingon. Glad you could join us again. Blackspot alert. Your support counts. Subscribe and like. And Master 3300 for says, a.d.gf.s.g.g.g.f.g.g.g.f.g.sdf.g.gs.g.d. And Master 3300 for says, A, B, C, D, E, F, G. And Master 3300 for says, A, B, C, D, E, F. And Master 3300 for says, ha.jk.s.j.b. dff b h d f. And Master 3300 for says, 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 E. And Master 3300 for says, Ooh. And Master 3300 for says, A. And Master 3300 for says, E. And Master 3300 for says, Master 3300 for says, AHA, A seen dear in Canel. Trivia question. How many bookshelves from Max Enchantment? Welcome back Xperia Gaming. Glad you could join us again. And Master 3300 for says, Brivia Bustion, Bobani Bookbelvs Borbax Bunchantbent. And Master 3300 for says, Bot Bite Be Bot Boo Bet. And Master 3300 for says, Ski DB Bob. And Master 3300 for says, we have just returned from the depths of the universe following a century-long interplanetary journey, equipped with new information and tales of miracles beyond comprehension. And Master 3300 for says, crazy. I was crazy once. They locked me in a room, a rubber room. A rubber room filled with rats, and rats make me crazy, crazy. I was crazy once. They locked me in a room, a rubber room filled with rats. And Master 3300 for says, swoosh swoosh you caw swoosh our matey. And Master 3300 for says, Steam Decks, you call a number pad Steam Decks, yes. It's a regional dialect, I see. You know these Steam Decks seem like the ones from Twitch. Oh no new, handmade, old classic blueprint. And Master 3300 for says, this is the flob that never ends, yes it goes on, and on my friends. And Master 3300 for says, whoop-de-doo la-da-la-la bloop blop upload something. Trivia question. Which biome has colorful clay? Black Spot Alert. Support us, subscribe, and like. And Master 3300 for says, BRBB. Trivia question. What type of food item does a cow drop when defeated? Trivia question. What item is needed to create a potion of strength? Black Spot Alert. Support us, subscribe, and like. Trivia question. What's the rarest powerful ore? Sunny Burrito 999 says, "Hi." Trivia question. What is the primary use of a grindstone in the game? Welcome back, Random Rockety. Glad you could join us again. Black Spot Alert. Aim for greatness. Subscribe and like. Sunny Burrito 999 says, WB. Trivia question. What do you need to create a jukebox in Minecraft? Sven Y says, I have the real Hoobs Live hostage. Trivia question. What's the enchantment table used for? Black Spot Alert. Aim for greatness. Subscribe and like. Sunny Burrito 999 says, "Hey Rocket, do you have snow that I could have?" Random Rocket YT says, "Block or just normal?" Sunny Burrito 999 says, "Block." Random Rocket YT says, "Much you need." Sunny Burrito 999 says, "3 stacks." Random Rocket YT says, "Yeah, come spawn base." Trivia question. How do you obtain saddles in Minecraft? Sunny Burrito 999 says, at 00. Welcome back, Nicholas R. Glad you could join us again. Random Rocket YT says, yeah, storage at 68301. Sunny Burrito 999 says, tie. Random Rocket YT says, NP. Trivia question. How many bookshelves from Max Enchantment? Blackspot alert. Your support counts. Subscribe and like. Trivia question. How do you obtain name tags in the game? Welcome back. Glad you could join us again. Sunny Burrito 999 says, tie. Trivia question. What does a hopper do primarily? Welcome back, FBman. Glad you could join us again. Black Spot Alert. Join us, subscribe, and like. And Master 3300 for says, and goodbye speed. And Master 3300 for says, you'll be missed. And Master 3300 for says, 07. Trivia question. How do you obtain name tags in the game? And Master 3300 for says, what happened here? Trivia question. What type of potion does a witch drop when defeated? And Master 3300 for says, Blackspot alert. Join us, subscribe, like, and grow. And Master 3300 for says, Yippee speed. Trivia question. What is the main use of a cartography table? Trivia question. Which mob drops ender pearls when defeated? Black Spot Alert. Support us, subscribe, and like. Trivia question. How do you obtain a music disc in Minecraft? Trivia question. What item is needed to create a powered rail? Blackspot alert. Join us, subscribe, like, and grow. Welcome back, Covillum. Glad you could join us again.
Wow.
And Master 3300 for says, oh. Welcome back, Braddix. Glad you could join us again. Trivia question. How to cure a zombie villager?
Wow.
And Master 3300 for says. Trivia question. What dimension is hazardous with lava? Blackspot Alert. Support us, subscribe, and like. And Master 3300 for says WB. And Master 3300 for says O. Random Rocket YT says tie. And Master 3300 for says NP. Random Rocket YT says WB. Jackery says tie. And Master 3300 for says 2 mods and a traveler. And Master 3300 for says WB. Jackery says tie. And Master 3300 for says you don't see that every day. And Master 3300 for says NP. Trivia question. How do you obtain a music disc in Minecraft? Jackery says, BRB.
Wow.
Trivia question. What item is needed to create a potion of strength? Black Spot Alert. Subscribe and like for more. And Master 3300 for says, oh my god Finley. And Master 3300 for says, speed. And Master 3300 for says, THXU. And Master 3300 for says, well. And Master 3300 for says, I figured out a way to go faster on water. And Master 3300 for says, lol. Trivia question. What do you need to create a potion of regeneration? It's LJ says, without boat yes. And Master 3300 for says, look. It's LJ says, aw yeah? It's LJ says, can anyone give me bad omen? It's LJ says, I hate the way I still have low loot.
Wow.
It's LJ says, Tissum. It's LJ says, and tie the eye for trying. It's LJ says, W. It's LJ says, W. Jackery says, it's okay. Effect wore off. Black Spot alert. Did y'all see the new ranks on Discord? Jackery says, I did. And Master 3300 for says, no. And Master 3300 for says, the only thing I hate is that on Bedrock, Trivia question. How do you obtain name tags in the game? It's Alj says. What is that? Impmaster 3300 says, it's different so the game lags me back. It's Alj says, RIP. Black Spot Alert. Support us, subscribe, and like. Welcome back, Saxer Fam 020. Glad you could join us again. Impmaster 3300 says, NRIP speed. Impmaster 3300 says 200k. Impmaster 3300 says YPE. Impmaster 3300 says 62.1 for 4 left until jitters double again. Trivia question. What's the main use of a converter?
Wow.
And Master 3300 for says burp.
Wow.
Trivia question. What item is needed to create a powered rail? Black Spot Alert. Subscribe and like if you're enjoying.
Wow.
Jackery says, WB. It's Trash says, Tie. It's Trash says, Tie.
Wow.
It's LJ says, GN. Trivia question. What mob drops gas tiers? It's Trash says, Elytra makes me lag. It's Alj says, RIP.
Wow.
It's Alj says, hey here. Trivia question. Which tool is used to gather wool from sheep? Black Spot Alert. Subscribe and like if you're enjoying. Jackery says, tie.
Wow.
Jackery says, WB Soccer. Trivia question. What's the rarest powerful ore? Soxer Famo20 says, Jackery. Soxer Famo20 says, how have you been? Jackery says, been doing well. Jackery says, have you linked your account yet? Soxer Famo20 says, I haven't had the time. Soxer Famo20 says, also, I was playing the other day and had all the quartz I needed until I died. Jackery says, RIP. Soxer Famo20 says, lost 25 stacks of quartz. Soxer Famo20 says, I was mad. Soxer Famo20 says, I don't suppose you are selling any quartz ATM. Jackery says, I can have a look. Soxer Famo20 says, WB. It's Aljay says, time. Trivia question. What's the enchantment table used for? Blexbot alert. Your support counts. Subscribe and like. Jackery says, just found 2 stacks of quartz blocks.